hello. ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ.
गणपति कुम्भवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तवं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पद आनशृण्वन्नोदिभिः सीदसादनम्
hello.
We have less than a minute left, so kind request to all the dignitaries to be seated and settled as we're going to start this year's Technovanza without any further delay. One last request, please get seated there. A city of sweat and sun that allows one to have some fun. A place to go for holidays in which one can enjoy in different ways. A place of great temples to see. It is indeed the place to be. A magnificent place it is where one can get a sense of bliss. A place where one feels at home, where one is not all alone. Namaskara Kudla, and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen there. This is your host, Lavita Menezes, extending a warm welcome to each and every one of you to Silicon Beach of India, Namma Kudla, Namma Mangaluru. A warm welcome to Technovanza 2024. Well, we all believe that the tech sector is the most energetic one. So can you all give a huge round of applause and welcome each and every one there? Come on. I can't hear you from here. You all have to be louder and energetic throughout the day today. Well, as we are starting today's Technovanza there, before we can give a kickstart, a quick question over here. 8th jana mulpa tulu patur tuka. Tulu nadda 8 jana ullar. Onchur kai mittu padle. You should be all proud, right? Very good. Onchi ತುಳುನಾಡ ಜನ ಎಂಕ್ಲಿನ ಊರದು ಇಂಚಿನ ಒಂಚಿ ಮಲ್ಲ ಒಂಚಿ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಆಪನಾಗ ನಮಕ್ಲ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಖುಷಿ ಅತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಎಂಕ್ಲು ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂಚಿ ಅಕ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಂಚಿ ತಾಟಿ ಒಟ್ಟಗನ. Can you clap for them? Come on. Huge round of applause there. Thank you so much. Having said that, ಎಂಕ್ಲಿನ ಊರಡ ಆಪನಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಖುಷಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪನ್ಪ ಏಪಲ. And this is one such honor, Technovanza 2024. But before we start today's session, a kind request to please keep your phone on silent mode or just turn it off there so that you all can be focused throughout the day. And also, if you'd like to share your insights and get connected, you can get connected on LinkedIn and Twitter by tagging us there. Well, today we have 30 plus startup showcases outside. So feel free to stroll, engage and network there. Also feel free to reach to anyone in our team for any kind of assistance throughout the day. But before we start, we do believe that our Nadagite, which represents our state's identity and values. So as a sign of respect to our state and our people, I request all of you to kindly rise as we're going to have the Nadagite played.
जय भारत जननी पंजाबी जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वन नाड़ी जय वीर सरषिदय वीरी भूदेविय मकुटल नवमणि चंदन चंदन मुन्निन गणि राघव मधुसूदन रवतरिसिद भारत जननी पंजाबी जननीय जोगुण घोष जननी जीवन असुरी सागे कोटि हमारे कपिल पतंजल गौतम जिननुत भारत जननीय पंजाबे शंकर विद्यारण्य बसवेश्वर मंगल दिव्यारण्य पंकज तुमिपति कन्या तुकार व्यासर मंगल नाम कवि कोविदगण पुण्य राम नामक रामानंद कबीर भारत जननीय पंजाबे भैरव होयसळ राणित नाडे नंदन जतनर ಮೆಂಚಿನ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಶ್ವಶಾಂತಿ चैतन्य परमहंस विवेकर भारत जननीय पंजाबे सर्वजनांगद शांति तोट रसिकर कन्नड़ सययोनोट श्रीमाना जनकन होलु मधुरिकर धाम ಗೋವಿಂದ ವೈದಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಾತಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಜಾತೆ ಜಯವೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯವೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯವೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
I request all of you to kindly be seated and settle there. Well, be it Mangaluru or be it our country, India, we do believe in our culture and traditions there. And as a result, we are going to start today's event in a traditional manner by lighting the lamp. And when we say lighting the lamp, there goes the saying, Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. And as we all know, lamp lighting usually in a traditional manner signifies the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. This is a symbolic movement that signifies the dispelling of darkness and igniting of thought and enlightenment. And it's an honor to invite Mangaluru cluster industry leaders on stage to do the honors there. We do deeply appreciate their presence, marking the auspicious beginning of a proceeding today. And first and foremost, I request joining us on the stage, we have with us Mr. Rohit Bhatt, who is the founder and CEO of 99 Games. We also have with us Mr. Praveen Kalbabi, who's the CEO of Novigo Solutions, Mr. Gaurav Hegde, who's the MD of GR Stones, Mr. Prashant Shanai, co-founder and CTO of Unicode, Mr. Johnson Tellis, who's the CEO of InUnity LLP there, Mr. Ashit Egde of Arkeva, and also Mr. Murali Manohar, who's the MD for Infor India Private Limited, Mr. Vijay Krishna, CEO of Thought Genesis, Mr. Mohammed Hani, founding partner, Novigo Solutions, Ms. Shailaja Rao, who's the general partner of Ventana Ventures. Requesting, joining them, I would like to call forward Mr. Jacob, who's the Vice President Corporate of PMO there, and also Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma, Chair, Thai India Angels, and also Mr. Rahul Sharma, Managing Director of USIBC. And last but not the least, to escort all the dignitaries on the stage with a round of applause there, I request our chairman, sir, Mr. B.V. Naidu of KTM, to please to come forward and escort the dignitaries onto the dais there. And also we are indeed privileged and honored to have joining us Dr. Veerapan V, who is the chairman of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association and founder and president of TESOL there. And also we are joined by Dr. Yes, that's it. So we request all the dignitaries to be please joining us on this stage. Yes, I also request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, who is the director of STPI Bengaluru, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India there, to be joining us on this stage and do the honors. And last but not the least, we have been joined by one more dignitary over here, Mr. S.K. Bo Rosenberg there, who's the Consul General, Head of Trade and Innovation, Consulate General of Denmark in Bengaluru there. You're requested to be joining us on the stage, sir. I also request Mr. Bhaskar Kumar Verma, who's the Regional Director of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, NESCOM there, to be joining us on the stage. I also request Mr. Sudhir Rao, who's the senior partner of Celesta Capital, to be joining us on the stage there. Mr. Sudhir Rao, sir, you're requested to be joining us. Yes, our lamp has only 5 wicks. We request all of you to please join as we're going to light the lamp there. Witnessing the lamp being lit may it inspire us all. The flame's upward movement, defying gravity, stands as a symbol of our quest for knowledge, upliftment, and the resolve to rise above all challenges. It stands as a testament to the power of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance. As the wicks are being lit there, we request all of you to please join your hands and join them and be a part of this tradition, the lamp lighting ceremony. And we have just one last wick left. Yes, we thank all the esteemed guests for leading this auspicious beginning. As the lamp's light continues to radiate throughout the day, let it remind us all of the collective commitment to knowledge, harmony, and progress. With this luminous start, we now officially declare the event to be open and proceed as per the planned schedule. But before that, last year, we'd seen 400 plus delegates, 200 plus students, 3 country partners with 15 plus investors, with 30 plus startups, 15 plus colleges, 10 plus incubators with 2 MOUs which were exchanged and 4 products that were launched there. And yesterday we had a small engagement with our local stakeholders there. We had a master class on pitch decks and storytelling for innovation-led starters by Dr. Madan Mohan Rao. We also had ICAM Industry Government Academia there with the round table. It was Beyond Bengaluru. Mangalore blew out of 30 plus starters, 10 starters pitched to the investors, and also Cluster Tech Yatra to explore the tech ecosystem of the Mangaluru cluster. And today we can also witness, we are going to have two more parallel tracks there. We're going to have GCC roundtable with our GCC leaders from Bengaluru and Mangaluru, and also Women at Work roundtable. But apart from that, what are you going to expect this year with so many students who are gathered over here, meeting valuable contacts and extending your network is going to be the prime focus here. Learning either from the presenters or by having to develop your own ideas for a presentation. Building your personal brand by speaking or being a part of a panel, improving your confidence by getting out and mixing with other professionals, being seen by high level prospects or thought leaders, which can contribute to the sense that you are one of them. And to give a kickstart there to today's Technovanza and to throw some limelight into the beautiful journey map of last few years of Bengaluru, Beyond and Mangaluru cluster there, I request the strong pillars of our Mangaluru cluster. We have with us Mr. Rohit Bhatt, who is the lead industry anchor, founder and CEO of 99 Games, and our very own Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, who is the CEO of Kedem there. We request all of you to give a huge round of applause as they're coming forward on the stage, because this is just the beginning of Technovanza 2024. Check.
Very good morning, all of you.
And a very good morning to all of you.
Hello. Yeah. So I think the crowd is giving me a lot of energy, Rohit. What
Always.
is, thank you. And do you think that the Technovanza, we started almost, this is the 4th edition now. Can you just share a little bit journey of this Technovanza event? Why we do this event?
I think, more than anything, it is celebration of the technology industry in Mangalore, the Mangalore cluster. Mangalore cluster region includes, Mangalore, Udupi, Manipal, this entire belt, the coastal belt of Karnataka, which we love to call as the Silicon Beach of India.
Yeah. But this event has, from the 1st edition to the 3rd edition and the 4th edition, what has been changed in this journey?
I think, one thing is common. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. With every edition. I remember the first one, we were in, I think in the boardroom of Ocean Pearl
Ocean
Hotel.
Pearl, yeah.
Okay, and it was packed. And I remember everyone saying, no, next year it has to be larger than this. And I think, this is bigger than what it was last year. So I think, signs of things to come.
Correct. And I was just looking at the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. We have got almost around 800 plus registrants on different sessions for this event. What an outcome today. 800 plus people, and out of which 30 to 40% are actually outside Mangaloreans. So that's a very significant number that we see. Also, dear friends, if you can examine the way, I'm not wearing the t-shirt of just turn it around, the Silicon Beach of India, but I would love to wear, and I'm going to borrow from him very shortly. But the brand which has been created by the industry leaders here called Silicon Beach of India. Rohit, this some neighboring states requested you to extend the Silicon Beach of India name to their state also.
Yes.
So that they can leverage that. Can you just share that one small story and what you said to them?
No, I think it's a term that is coined by the industry, anchors here for the region, because we think we are some of the best brains in this region. We are some of the best education institutions in this region, best healthcare in this region, and more than anything, some of the best beaches in this part of the country. So why not combine everything, showcase the region, and attract more companies to come here and found here and grow the overall tech infrastructure. And when tech grows, everything else also grows, and prosperity of the region improves dramatically.
Yeah,
entrepreneurship is not new to this region, Sanjeev. We all know 5 of the major banks started here, and I think the story can go on and on and on.
So he's not saying that, but the neighboring state said, can you extend the Silicon Beach of India to my state also? And the same entire coastal area will be considered as one Silicon Beach of India. all the industry anchors said, no way. It's my property of Mangaloreans and I'm proud of that. So that's the one which is right hand applause for all the industry leaders of designing this part and standing it for it and saying, no worry, this is my brand, this is my IP. Lovely. I think there was a change that we should also look at. The Tech Yatra happened yesterday, and a lot of leaders from across the India which came up and they visited some of the industries. I think we should listen to one of the person to say, hey, what was their change that you saw in the Yatra? Would you like to invite somebody, Rohit?
Yeah, I think Anuj Agarwal, Anuj is here. Yeah, Anuj. I think, Anuj is a alumni of NITK, and we were on this Tech Yatra. We were visiting different companies. Anuj, please come over. And on the way, and we took them to the Silicon, one of the beaches as well, the surfing club on our beautiful coastline. And on the way back, our bus stopped near NITK, and I could see Anuj walking all the way near the gate and taking a selfie. And I knew, okay, I found my man. Okay, Anuj, please, over to you. What did you feel after the Yatra?
I mean, being from Suratkal and coming back to Mangalore is always a lot of nostalgia for me. And when I was here, I had certain expectation. I did had a conversation with Sanjeev on this, and we're pretty sure that there's something interesting happening in Mangaluru. But being here and seeing from the bird's eye or a real view, it was very, very transforming. You can see such amazing organization. The Tech Yatra enabled a viewpoint which could change a lot of things. I think it created a story for all of us to share and bring it to everyone else in the world to know Mangalore is happening, and really the Silicon Beach of India is Mangaluru. So yeah, great, amazing journey and amazing initiative.
Anuj is going to help us, bring the power of NITK alumni, for the betterment of Silicon Beach of India.
Most definitely.
Right?
Okay. Why just limit to NITK? I think we should bring everyone else as well. Make it very global.
Music to my ears. Thank you, Anuj.
Thank you, Anuj. Rohit, I think I would like to invite Prashant here.
Sure.
Right, Prashant, if you're there, can you join us?
Yeah, so one of the pit stop of our Tech Yatra was, Prashant's wonderful office space at Unicode. And it is not just his office space. Prashant himself is a great orator. And as soon as we got back into the bus, everybody was like, Prashant.
Prashant, what is
the magic?
What is magic has been done in this event and the previous events, and what you saw yesterday? What is your remarks?
So I think 4 years ago, when we started this whole event, I'll be honest, I was very skeptical of where this is going to go. We had Praveen Kalbavi, Johnson Tellis, Gaurav Hegde. It was a group of small people with Sanjeev's vision of how we can change Mangalore and what we should do here. We started very small. And we started Ocean Pearl, it was probably 30 odd people. And today I'm super surprised to see so many people gathered here, having a busload of people touring Mangalore who are not from Mangalore. And, hearing from people like Anuj on how their perspective has changed about Mangalore is really, really a pleasure, right? So I think a lot of credit goes to the industry anchors as well as Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, which has come together to make this happen. I'm extremely elated to be here and happy to be part of the journey.
Lovely, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those who don't know properly him, he is we call him the CTO, or the founder of a Unicode, an amazing tech platform for the data for the US legal of all the firms that you think about in the world, and all served from here, from Mangalore to the world. Thank you.
Fully bootstrapped.
Yeah, fully bootstrapped.
Yes.
Yeah. And today's day, Rohit, looks like very attractive. We are having a GCC session. We are having a startup session. What is else looking at some of the great speakers that we have today?
Yeah, I think one of the things, just to add to whatever you said, Technovanza is getting bigger and bigger. What is also, we are seeing is earlier, a year ago, the number of companies inquiring to come to Mangalore to set up a tech center was, just a couple of inquiries, 2-3 inquiries in a month. But now, where we sit now, I think at least 10 to 12 companies, send their inquiries, wanting to establish their offices in Mangalore. And, which is a great story for all of us, because, when we were starting our office in the region, we always used to say, okay, there's no talent, we have to get the talent back from. So now when we have more talent in our region, it helps everyone.
Correct.
Okay, it helps the ecosystem, helps, the talent, their family, their spouses, everybody gets employment. And I think, that's a great development for all of us. Let more and more companies, continue to come into this region.
I think
It's a big change.
the benchmark is, ladies and gentlemen, almost 2 years back, one company in a month might be looking at in Mangalore. 1 year back, 4 or 5 companies in a month. This year, 8 to 10 companies in a month. And I'm expecting that it will go around 20, 25 companies in a month in coming quarters, not even a year. And that's where the benchmark of our Mangaluru cluster looks like. And all credit goes to the industry anchors here who've been driving this. The second piece, not only those companies, data center companies have started looking at Mangalore. So you can imagine. And thirdly, again in the data center, looking at fintech serving the Asian market. So that means a data center specialized for fintech organizations in the Asian market. They're looking at setting up their operations in Mangalore. And we're looking forward to give you those results when you come next time here. I'm pretty sure I'll give you some more numbers on that part.
I have a surprise that I got today morning. There is a data center being set up in Karkala, 6,000 square foot of data center, which is serving the country of Congo.
Wow.
From, they got an order to do that data center in our region.
I
got to know of it, when I walked in today morning.
This is a small area. This is a small taluka, you can say, right? Which is getting served as a small data center now serving the African continent.
Yes.
Absolutely great.
So the Silicon Beach of India is turning into a movement now.
Oh, yes. And it has to go bigger.
Yes.
Yeah. What I need is, and we sign off with this, but what I need is, please, if you feel about the Silicon Beach of India, and if you feel that the Bangalore is doing great, social media pe jara kuch noise banaiye. The more you put up on the social media, the more brand value of the Bangalore comes up, the more people start looking at us and the cluster. I want every one of you to raise your hands to say, I'm going to do a social media post today about Mangaluru cluster. Please raise your hands and promise me that you're going to do this. I'm going to observe the social media campaign today and find out what's happening around it. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to spend a time with you all today.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir, Mr. Rohit and Mr. Sanjeev. Technovanza keeps happening every year, and if something remains the constant, I must say it is Mr. Rohit and Mr. Sanjeev, always energetic and fit as ever. Nothing changes when it comes to them. A huge round of applause for explaining us, giving a gist about the beautiful journey there. Well, before we proceed any further, we'd like to give a big shout out to all our partners, and they have put their heart and soul into today's event. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. So our title partners there, Work, and also startup ecosystem partner, Dell Technologies and Intel, our digital partner, Mangaluru Meri Chan, gifting partner, Lamhe Now, banking partner, IDFC First Bank, travel partner, Towner, knowledge partner, Mangal Analytics and Research Consulting, and our event curator, Active there. And without any further delay, moving on to the next keynote address over here, I request on stage Mr. Rahul Sharma, who's the Managing Director of USIBC, to please do come on the stage there. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. Looking forward for your valued points and suggestions here.
Thank you. Good morning, Mangaluru. It's a pleasure being here. I was last year about 5 or 6 years ago on my way to Udupi, and I must confess that I really miss seeing the city. I don't think I'll be seeing much of it today because we are here and then I got to leave, but trust me, I'm going to come back. And after hearing all these stories, fascinating stories, and meeting some very fascinating people last night at the dinner, at work, it looks like there is something happening here. So thank you for this opportunity. So thank you for this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, KDM, for having USIBC here. Uh, it's a pleasure, like I said. What I really love is the Silicon on the Beach concept. And I just took some pictures and I can show you. Sanjeev, they'll go on social media, from my end at least. But from Silicon Valley to Silicon Beach, I think it's a huge journey. It's quite a distance to cover, but I think what's happening here is quite amazing. And that I must sort of tell you that this Beyond Bangalore project that probably started some years ago, I was part of the discussions in my previous roles, and to see it actually come together here in Mangalore is the biggest positive that I've seen in the last few years of what is happening. And I think KDM is doing a wonderful job of bringing all of you together, making this concept work, and ensuring that Mangalore gets on the world map, just like Bangalore did at one point in time. So best of luck to you. And we are at USIBC. We are the oldest bilateral business and trade body that works in the India-US corridor. We will be celebrating 50 years next year. And it's a huge journey. And I'm quite pleased to know that some of our member companies already have a footprint in Mangalore. And one of the things that we will work towards is to ensure that we get more of our member companies to come and have a look at Mangalore and see what can be done. So this is going to be a kind of an agenda for me when I go back after this very interesting conversation and meeting over here and seeing all of you do what you're doing here. Bangalore, I understand, has a lot of advantages, apart from the fact that it now has a robust IT landscape and IT infrastructure, which have come up in the last few years. Some of the largest IT firms are already here, which makes it possible for others to look at the examples and actually come down and settle into this place, which is obviously, I must confess, as I've been told, easier to live in than some of the largest cities, probably has much fresher air. I'm coming from Delhi, where the AQI when I left was about 460. So, landing here was a pleasure. Living here would probably be even better. So we'll see how that pans out. But the Beyond Bangalore ambition coming together here is an amazing story. And I've heard from our member companies that what is happening in Karnataka, and USIBC has been involved in Karnataka for several years now. Our board mission was here just less than 2 months ago. We had great meetings with political as well as industry leadership over 2 days in Bangalore. And why were we here? Because most of our member companies are already in Karnataka. Some of the largest American companies have huge footprints and have been around for a long, long time. If you go back to the mid-80s when Texas Instruments showed up here, and look what has happened in 40 years, right? In terms of opportunities, in terms of talent, in terms of bringing things together and creating this corridor and make it work, Karnataka has had a big role to play for the US companies. At the same time, US companies have also invested a lot of money here, invested time, created talent pools, provided jobs. I think in Bangalore alone, probably 1 million people are employed by American companies, and that number is going to go up as more GCCs come in, more R&D centers come in, more technology centers come in, and that's something which I think a boomerang effect on Mangalore, for example, which also is a hub of educational institutions, provides the right kind of talent. I was just hearing about a certain company that came in here with about 40 people, now has nearly 600 people, wants to go up to 2,000 people in the next 2 years. It's this kind of stuff that makes cities prosper. And like Rohit was saying, entrepreneurship is nothing new to this region. And having the young entrepreneurs look at what needs to be done and how it needs to be done is something we all learn to live with. USIBC itself has been very closely involved on the bilateral corridor in the technology sector. whether it is ICT, whether it is ISET, Intersex, the USIBC AI work, working group is one of the key group that is involved in working very closely with the two governments on the AI policies that are going to be coming into this country. That's one area where there's a whole lot of work that's going on and likely to go on. In fact, today and tomorrow, there is a big AI conference that's happening in Mumbai, led by NVIDIA. And those are the kind of conversations at some point in time we would like to bring to Mangaluru. We would like to bring more of our member companies come here, understand the lay of the land, know what the opportunities are, talk to people like you who are already invested here. And that's something that we would definitely work towards. We are, USIBC is an integral part of the Bangalore Tech Summit that's going to take place next month. We have been participating in that and actually managing a separate India-US corridor for some time. And this time we have one day long of, a whole day of conversations on various issues, including AI and other things, which will be featured as part of the BTS. I understand a lot of you are from Bangalore, so look forward to seeing you there next month. And thanks for this opportunity to be here. We at USIBC are here to help. We are here to bridge the two countries. We are here to offer the opportunities and take the opportunities to our member companies. So thank you once again for having me here, and all the best for Technovance. And I think you got a great day of conversations ahead. So best of luck, have those conversations, lots to learn, lots to talk about, and I hope to see you personally in due course. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Sharma. I request you to please be joining me on the stage there. Rahul sir, yes, 1 minute. I request Mr. Praveen Kalbave sir, who is the co-founder of NoEgo Solutions, to please do step forward and hand over the memento as a token of gratitude to Mr. Rahul Sharma. Yes, thank you so much once again there for sharing some insights. Having said that, moving on to the next most interesting part of today's Technovanza, we're going to start with our panel discussion. And we're starting with the first panel discussion of the day. Well, we must ask ourselves one question, and that is, has Mangalore cluster developed to its fullest potential there? So, well, in the past decade, the Mangaluru cluster, when we say Mangaluru, is Dakshina Kannada, Udupi, Uttar Kannada, and also our Kodagu district. We all have grown into a strong contender in India's IT-BT landscape there. The cluster boasts lower operational cost, a resource-rich ecosystem for starters, and a prime location for talent acquisition. With a sustained growth, Mangaluru is likely to emerge as a technology powerhouse in the next decade. But what it takes to make Mangaluru as a viable and strategic option for all Bengaluru-based companies and GCCs to become a Bengaluru +1 center is what we need to be emphasized on. And for this, the first panel discussion, the topic we have, what Mangaluru needs to do to become a strong Bengaluru +1 contender. And this session will be moderated by none other than Mr. Kamal Karan, who's the co-founder of Xfino there. And as the names are called out, we request you to quickly do take your place on the stage and come forward. And the moderator, Mr. Kamal Karan sir, is a co-founder of Xfino Specialist Staffing in 2017 and enabled 32 greenfield GCCs entry there. Today, 300 specialist recruiters of Xfino put 4,000 niche ex-pros to work every month. The panelists who are going to join him on the stage are Mr. Anuj Agrawal, who's the founder and CEO of Zion Group there, Ms. Priya Prabhu, who's the director, HR, Moss Adams India, Mr. Jacob, who's the vice president corporate of PMO, and also Mr. Ajay Verma, who's the managing director advisory of BDO Rise there. I request all the panelists, without any further delay, to please do come on the stage. Yes, you can see your names have been displayed there, right in the background. Based on that, you can be seated. Make yourselves comfortable. We have one more. All right. So as we're going to start with panel discussion, strict adherence to the time guidelines that have been provided. We are going to have a timer displayed right in front of you there. So all the best to the panelists. So here we go. We can start.
Eldrigu Namaskara, good morning, and welcome to the esteemed panelists. So, we're trying to do our best in terms of trying to position Mangalore. What can we do? In terms of the mandate is to see how can we position Bangalore plus as Mangalore can be, right? But I was looking at some of the data points which are available to us, and some context setting. Without context, Bangalore plus seems like a distant dream. And we have to remember that when it comes to GCCs, which we say as global capability centers, 50% of them are already in Bangalore. And maybe we can say that 30% of today's GCCs in India, we say about 1,700 such companies, which are primarily global companies which have set up their tech or shared services or financial back offices in India, what we call as global capability centers. On an average, every week, one new company sort of comes and knocks on the doors and say, hey, we want to look at India. And typically, the 6 big cities of India, which is the southern 3 states of Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Chennai, and then Pune, Mumbai, and Delhi. These are the ones where most of the companies go, and the concentration is pretty much there. However, there are about close to 225 centers which have opened outside of these 6 cities. And in that, the lion's share actually is with, let's say, Gujarat, Ahmedabad, you have Jaipur, you have Coimbatore. So if you look at the cities, they all have a kind of a different advantage. Some of them are even capital cities of some of the states. So when we look at where else will companies go after these 6 cities, these names come. And almost 99% of the GCCs are actually in these cities. Of course, Chandigarh is included in that. But when you look at the growth, where is it coming from? And when we looked at the data point of the real estate firm Savills, they published something recently in terms of the top 10 developing cities of the world. The number 1 in that is Bengaluru. The next 2 cities are in Vietnam. And of course, you have 2 cities from China. You have even Delhi as well in that. So if you look at Bangalore, where it is, and then bring the context of Mangaluru, if you look at the India Skills Report, which has come out in 2023, Mangaluru has been rated as the 3rd city in terms of the most employable talent. And of course, we have to take some of these data with a pinch of salt because they have a context and it is done with a certain kind of a segment of people. But I also want to bring the connection between Bangalore and Mangalore. As much as we want to sit here and do Mangalore Zindabad, there was a tweet somebody put out there at 10 o'clock yesterday morning saying that, look, I want to drive from Bangalore to Udupi, which is the best route to go. And in the first 10 tweets, there were at least 4 routes suggested to him because there were bad roads after a particular period. Don't go this way, don't go that way. Come via Madikeri, you'll drive 1 more hour, but be here, right? So this is the contrast of, coming to Mangalore and, looking at connecting possibly the most developing city of tomorrow. By Savills says by 2033, Bangalore is going to be the fastest developing city. And as much as we go to many of these places where people put out traffic of Bangalore, waterlogging in Bangalore, you still have to remember that the best companies still come to Bangalore for a reason, and that is talent. So with that, I wanted to, sort of bring the panelists in terms of their views. And Ajay, I want to start with you. You advise a lot of GCCs which are coming to India. And I'm sure it is easy to sell the top 6 cities because as we were discussing, to hire 5,000 people in any of the top 6 cities I mentioned is very easy. But are you observing a trend off late where, is there a trend versus an outlier? There's always an odd company which comes and say, I want to go to a tier 2 city. But is there a kind of a trend which tells you that there is a kind of a scope for companies asking for tier 2 cities, and why?
Right. And before I answer this question, right, I want to give a, sort of a perspective about the GCC, the setup right now in India. So as you mentioned that there are close to 1,700 GCCs, only 9% of that is currently in the tier 2 cities. And out of those 9%, I believe that, almost half of it, went to the tier 2 cities post the COVID, right? Because, the talent is in the across the, across the country, and, people realize that, virtually you can, kind of start with the work. In terms of the growth, how this, the GCC industry has grown, it has grown at a CAGR of around 11% from 2016 to 23. It's currently, the revenue is around like 64 billion, which is expected to go to close to 100 billion by 2030. That's a general, sort of a landscape for the how we are currently shaped from a GCC perspective. When it comes to, that most of the companies are currently, looking for tier 2, yes, that's the trend we are seeing. Historically, not the larger MNCs were very keen on having the centers, in the tier 2 cities, because there were some apprehensions about the infrastructure in terms of the talent pool which they have. But post pandemic, the thing, there's a drastic shift. And what we have seen is that, see, cost optimization will always be there. When you set up a center, compared to you setting up in Mumbai, or you are setting up in Ahmedabad, right? So the cost is always a benefit. But I think as an industry, I think we have realized in the past like 5 years that it's not about the cost anymore. It's about the talent pool which we have currently in India. And it's only going to get increased because of, the demographic advantage we have right now. In terms of, the major benefits which we have seen, while, having centers in tier 2 is, see, one of the challenge from a GCC perspective is always, the retention, right? So, the retention in tier 2 city is far, higher compared to, when you, compare it with major cities like Bangalore or Mumbai. The second thing, and I'm going slightly, deeper into this, probably the last thing is, the dropouts. When you are in a major city, right, there is so many of opportunities available, right, that the candidates has accepted the offer, but because you have so much of, pool available there, so there's a lot of, dropouts, which sort of, hampers the business. So when you look at like the, the pluses and minuses of this, I think the industry has realized this. And probably in the next 2 to 3 years, we will see a very dramatic shift in terms of having the GCCs moving to a tier 2 or a tier 3 cities. I mean, take an example of, like the professional services firm, right? I mean, no one thought that, pre-pandemic, offices are going to be in Kolkata, Indore, Ahmedabad, Kochi, right? Jaipur, Indore. So I think the trend is going to continue because people have realized that there's a lot of untapped, potential which is available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ajay. And Priya, you spent almost a career lifetime in GCCs, right? Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, and now you're setting up a greenfield now. And this conversation, when it comes in the large GCCs, especially in the big 6 cities that they've all set up concentrated, why has it been such a big ask for any of these companies who are already established in big cities to convince them that why don't you come to a tier 2 city? Considering the fact that many of the people who work in these companies have come from tier 2 cities, why do you think this is such a difficult sell?
I think I'm going to pull on what you said, saying that there is some ground to cover insofar as infrastructure is concerned, and there's a little bit to build in terms of what is brand Mangalore. So the hashtag Silicon Beach really helps. there's a innate aspiration of a lot of talent across the country to move towards cosmopolitan cities because of the availability of facilities and culture and exposure. And I think that's been one of the primary reasons that, large firms want that accessibility to a lot of these other areas, which perhaps tier 2 cities aren't there yet. Have they made progress? The answer is 100% yes. Are we there yet? Perhaps not as fast as we would like to be. So I think one of the reasons to look, for greenfield firms to look at tier 1 cities is the ease of setting things up with initiatives like KDEM and the wonderful work that this organization is doing. Maybe those areas will open up. The one thing I will say though, and I can speak from the professional services area that I'm from, is that there is no doubt that the talent of this region is exceptional. There is no doubt that the talent of this region has depth, has experience, has the right attitude. So it brings a lot of firms back to this region year after year. And over a period of time, you see a bunch of us who are sitting in this room in leadership positions who have been homegrown from this region. So there's something to be said about the region and the focus on education itself. The one thing I would say though is that building up on the brand Mangalore will really help in getting more firms into the mix. Because right now, if you speak about the US firms, the first name in India that they think of when it comes to tech is Bangalore. So that's what I would say, short but summarized version.
Thank you, Priya, for that. And we'll dwell a little deeper into, beyond Bengaluru in the context of GCC. And I want to come to you, Jacob. And your company is a kind of a poster boy for Mangaluru because you're a truly GCC setup here, though. Like your CEO, I heard him speaking last time where he said, though Mangalore came more like an accident because of an acquisition, but you successfully scaled up in this place. And when you compare that to the other global cities that you're currently present, what are the advantages you found of operating out of Mangalore?
Thank you, Kamal. You're right. 2 years ago, we were maybe 50 employees here in Mangalore. Now we are more than 500. I think that's the testament to the fact that in Mangalore, we have access to top talents. We are working very closely with the 12, 13 universities here, sponsoring events, participating in hackathons. So the proximity is really important for us. We have seen that working together, collaborating with academia, that has really helped out. And we have really top talent here that have enabled us to achieve what we have achieved. And we are just halfway. So that's really promising, really promising. And I think that if I look to other cities, the fact that we have the communities here as well across like this community here today, that there's also just a testament to that there's a will. And you're right, it was maybe a coincidence. We have acquired close to 40 companies in 4 years. And when saying that, I'm really, I can say that having acquired a relatively small company that is then been the backbone for us to achieve that, that's just again a testament to that to the community in Mangalore, because there was the potential, right? We were inspired by the local management here, the leadership, showing us that, well, we can do it on our own. If you support us, then we can make it happen. So I'm really happy to support the teams here achieving the results with us here. So yeah.
Thank you, Jacob. And just want to move to Anuj. Anuj, you've been recruiting for companies in Mangaluru, right? It's one thing to say, come to Mangaluru because it has a great beach, there's great seafood, temples, and all that stuff. But then companies don't come to, be in the beach, right? They come here to create work. They want some fantastic work to be done out of this place, and companies come for talent. And how have you experienced the hiring for the Mangalore-based companies?
Well, am I audible? Yeah. Cool. So, Kamal, thank you for this question. I think this is a very, very critical question when we talk about Mangaluru as the +1 of Bangalore, right? And while I love sharing a lot of data points, but I also believe when you are trying to bring something new, data doesn't support you. So I'll avoid as many data points as possible today so that we don't bring that context. We are talking of something upcoming. We are talking of a startup, and if startups go by data points, I think they'll not start. They'll probably say it's not going to work out, right? And I think that's the Mangalore story all about, right? And while we have been recruiting, I mean, there are very clear challenges when you go at very basic data points, the talent pool. I mean, if you look at it, it's quite small as compared to any Bangalore, or forget about Bangalore, be it Hyderabad, be it other destinations. It's small, right? The other aspect which is very important to understand as a challenge point is the access, the connectivity. You talked about Bangalore connectivity, but beyond Bangalore, there are other places. We have talent which is local, but there is always growth because of global companies, global people coming across, or people coming beyond beyond Karnataka as well, right? So that's another challenge. The third challenge is brand Mangalore. I mean, that's something which we have to understand. And I think Priya also mentioned, right? Everyone outside knows the brand Bangalore. How do we present? And these are challenges which we need to talk about, because unless we understand and talk about these challenges, we really don't solve them. Now, what do we do across for a lot of our customers who are there in Mangalore, who are wanting to hire? First part is to try and create brand opportunities. Create that brand presence. Look, I'm here. Look, I'm doing something here. Talk about the storylines which are there. And I'm so impressed with the storylines. We're talking about Mangalore Darshan, Mangalore Yatra. It was so amazing and so such a big eye opener when you get to meet companies who are doing extraordinary. I'm not saying there are not failure stories. There must be failure stories, but we talk about success because that's trend. That's something which we can look at. That's something which we can stand upon. So we will talk about those success stories and bring that sentiment across to people. So that's very important to attract talent, right? Having the right brand place, having the right opportunity space. Because you're not coming to Mangaluru not just because you're having one option. There are multiple options created by such organizations. It's just that those organizations are not so well known to all of these people. So brand Mangaluru is very important to be created across in a very organization perspective. We all know very clearly about the success stories of Mangalore, the educational background, the employability index. I mean, I think Mangalore people are most employable in Karnataka region in terms of the literacy rate is 94%. I mean, which is very phenomenal. So you get a lot of people who are educated, who are literate. So you create the right infrastructure around it, right? So many interesting things to talk about, so many interesting case to take up. But it's very important for people in Mangalore, as organizations in Mangalore, they need to go outside Mangalore to look for talent, and they need to target the right audience, not just go very local approach. Local is very good because there is an extremely high loyalty presence, but it's also about trying to bring someone who is in Delhi, somebody who's in Hyderabad. Why should I move to Mangalore? What benefits out of me, right? For everyone as an organization, or everyone as an individual, they look at work-life balance. Is that a possibility? They also like to be closer to the home. So how they are connected to their home is also another opportunity. Third is the cost of living, which is very important part which we have to consider when we are attracting someone. Look, you're not going to probably take a lot of salary cut or any salary cut when you're coming to here. We are going to give you the best salary. But hey, look at the savings you are going to make out of being in Mangalore. So those are stories which are really helping us out in helping the gaps being bridged for our customers here. So yeah, that's most.
Thank you, Anuj, for that. And basically, you're suggesting that companies who have an appetite to build talent, that means because of the rich graduate pool that is coming out of this region, they should possibly look at Bangalore more than coming and hiring people who are already here.
Oh, most definitely. I think you have to have a unique strategy for building something here, right? If you go with a Bangalore strategy or a Hyderabad strategy, it's not going to really work out.
Yeah, because many of the people who are in this event today. I'm not sure if the new companies coming here and poaching from you, how much you'll like it. Today, there are about close to 8 companies or more than 1,000 people employed in their companies. And that's just 8. And imagine another 4 or 5 or even 8 comes. Maybe 30% of your people will be poached overnight for ready-made talent. You know, whether we are ready for a day of tomorrow is another reckoning when it comes to, you know, when companies come to new locations, they buy talent. That means they go and hire laterals. They initially don't come and hire freshers because they want to prove to the headquarters that year one, they've got the concept right. There is a POC done. So I think that's another thing that we need to be mindful of when we are inviting more companies to Mangalore. I know, Ajay, moving on, when I look at MNCs, the difficulty of for them to come here, you know, they're coming all the way here. Obviously, they would like to go to a place where they have a referenceability. We have 1,700 references available in big 6 cities. Do you think it's easier to sell this Bangalore plus as Mangaluru as a location to Indian conglomerates? Because see, they are in India. For them, going to a tier 2 city, for example, may not be as challenging as, let's say, for an MNC which is coming from another country. Have you experienced, positioning this to any of the conglomerates, or do you think Mangalore should attempt getting more Indian companies first in this space?
I think when we talk about the Indian companies, right? I mean, they are already have a pretty good presence. Either some set of offices or industrialization. I would probably say. So they already have a presence. I think when you talk about the scalability, right? That how you're going to scale that particular thing, right? When you talk about any of the GCCs, right? I mean, the average headcount to talk about is like 5,000, 10,000 people, right? And it's the skilled labor, it's the it's the well qualified people who are there. So I think the Indian conglomerate, they are already have some establishments on the tier 2 cities, but I think the GCCs are the one who are probably sort of eyeing on the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities in the probably in the past 12 months, and we continue to see the trend as well. And I think a lot of that from when if I want to set up something, in a tier 2 city, right? I mean, there are probably like 2 or 3 things, which I'll be very, keen on. The first is, the education institutions, right? The literacy, which, Anuj mentioned, how much, what's the literacy rate and all. Second thing is, the infrastructure and the IT setup of that region. And probably the third and the last one is, again, as I mentioned on the scalability, that if I am setting up my center for 200, 300 people, right, it's not going to give me that, economies of scale of putting up a, a certain amount of overhead on that particular office. But if I'll be able to scale that up to, say, for example, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 people, right? I think, that's where, the scalability, rule comes in there.
Thank you, Ajay. And Priya, you've been recruiting from the region, right? And as a greenfield global capability center that you set up, which is now close to 400 people that you recruited in the last 2 years, what has been the contribution of, let's say, Mangaluru region? Any experience of hiring from this place and how that has added to you building up your greenfield GCC in Bengaluru?
It's a great question. Thank you for asking. I think we credit this region to really helping us scale up as a firm. Like you were referencing, a lot of new firms that come in want some precedence, right, of things having worked. And when we spoke to other firms, they said, have you tried hiring in this belt? It also helps that I studied in Manipal. So I know the talent availability here. So in a sense, it's like coming back to my alma mater. But when we came back, we were able to get such high quality of talent, more than what we got in Bangalore. And the interest, the attitude, the learnability, which is something that is super important, especially when you're starting off as a fresher, we seem to find that here. So I'm happy to say that over the past 2.5 years, we've hired over 80 people out of the 400 in our firm from this belt. So I think, as we're seeing successes, we're continuing to leverage and build on those relationships. Jakob referred to the industry academia partnership. I think that's going to be crucial because that's something that we still see there is some scope. The exposure of the students is not that much. We're building on that. But in terms of the quality of talent and in terms of being able to hire, this region has offered us a plethora of options, not just going to the famous or the very well-known colleges, but really opening it up to all the universities in the region so that everybody has an equal opportunity to apply, to be assessed, and to be part of the organization. That has been super successful for us so far. And I think this will continue to be a talent strategy for Moss Adams as we go into the future.
Yeah, you're going to take the kids away here from here and put them in Bangalore. That's what you're doing.
Hopefully we will, given the number of talent that we hire, we may well think of Mangalore as an option in the future. So there's a
Yeah.
business case for you.
Godspeed for that. Godspeed for that. And Jacob, coming to you, I know we're talking the great things about being in Mangaluru. You scaled up quite a bit here, all the good stories. But what are the challenges, of not only scaling up, keeping them, developing them, and connecting them to your world of whatever is happening globally to your organization? What are the challenges that you typically face?
Yeah, I think as said earlier, right? A lot of thinking place in the last 4 years, and I think when I come back every second month or so, I can see things happening. So keep improving infrastructure. That's really important, also for transportation for our employees. So that also means access to the universities. It's low practical things like access to power. We have experienced like power cuts. I think that working with academia also tells me that we have a employer brand. I think that what could be utilized also in the future is having more IT parks, maybe even research labs. So bridging the gap between companies like EG, academia, where we work across companies, across industries. I think that could really help. We are trying to do our best to also attract senior talent, not just the youngsters. And I think this is something that could really help.
Great infrastructure and hiring senior leaders. You're sitting next to somebody who does that for a living. Anuj, when you and I do this for a living, so when we talk to companies which when they want to come to, let's say, big cities, it's a easier sell. We reference them quite a bit. And the rare inquiry that comes when we say, okay, can you look at Mangaluru? What are the things that will be of help to pitch them? For example, I was trying with a $18 billion engineering company. They wanted only 200 engineers. So I said, why don't you go to Mangaluru? 200 people, piece of cake, we'll be able to hire for you. The first question he asked is, how many international flights a day, right? So I was counting. I know that there are daily flights to Dubai, and Middle East is well connected, but he said Middle East is not the word, for him. So that is one of the things that I experienced. But what are the things that you encounter while pitching for Mangaluru, if at all you've done, or let's say any tier 2 city for that matter in your experience?
Very, very good question. Quite aligned to what I wanted to say while we are talking about the first part. So, I mean, while very, very important to understand which company is interested in Mangalore, it's very important for us to, as a provider, as an enabler, to understand which company is the right fit for Mangalore. And that's very important part of any strategy. I mean, although the questions expected are very generic. Would I get talent, right? Would I have the infrastructure? Would I have the connectivity, right? But again, then that's why I said it's very important that whom are you pitching it, so that the sell becomes easy. A lot of questions people might ask, what is Mangaluru? I don't know about Mangalore. I only know Bangalore, right? When you go to a US, I mean, they don't even know what is Ahmedabad, what is Delhi. They only know Bangalore. So very easy to sell Bangalore, right? So you have to understand whom to pitch to, whom to talk to, and whom do you want to bring in, right? Are they mature enough to understand the ecosystem and then play in? Like you said, the connectivity towards Dubai is amazing, right? The Middle East is well connected to Mangalore. So why don't we get the Dubai or Middle East based countries and talk to them? Because for them, the connectivity makes sense, right? They have direct flights. They'll be able to reach here and they will be able to make a mark here. They have a confidence of being in Mangalore. Then again, you have to also understand the talent strategy is very much related to the educational institutes, connecting and collaborating with academia. A lot of companies, when I went to the Mangalore tour, I realized that they're so well connected. And I've been asking all of these people, how are you hiring talent? Where do you get this mid-level, junior, where do you get the maximum talent from? So most of them have very good, strong collaboration with academia. Do you think these guys are enabled, they have the system in place to attract young talent, extremely young talent, train them, upskill them, collaborate with the academia, and then bring the value chain or be able to develop something? The third thing which you have to also look at is ki, are they looking at a hub and spoke model, right? Are they looking for that kind of an option? And that's very important again, because while Bangalore becomes the core hub or any other center becomes the core hub, Mangalore could be the second option for these companies. So they again are much more mature enough to decide that, hey, look, I have a very good set of sentiment which is there in my current base. Why not tap the talent? I see a lot of Mangalorean talent. She was telling about large number of Mangalore or the Dakshin Kannada region talent for you guys, and that helped you guys. So now it's much more easier for you to decide, hey, why not utilize started, right? So all those things are very critical while deciding that, and that's the whole approach which you want to go to any company and while recommending them Mangalore. So as I said, data would not support any decision to be in Mangalore, because it's something which is upcoming. We'll only be able to measure it by trends. And how do we make these trends? How do we showcase this trend? Showcase by the success stories which have been built, where we have a RoboSoft success story, we have a Novigo success story, we have a Unicode success story. Can we put that success story together to these people, and they could draw analogy from it and make sense out of it, right? Infosys is a success story as well, because they're probably the biggest talent pool here in Mangalore. Isn't that right? So how do you sell that story and convince another lookalikes? And you ask the same question: can we look at local organizations more than the global organizations to come in? Because that's very important to create the ecosystem, bring the confidence. Because once the global customer starts getting delivered from Mangalore, they have a lot of confidence of being in Mangalore.
Absolutely. And Anuj, if you look at the employee base, tech sector in India employs close to 6 million people, of which almost 2.4 million people are employed in the IT services sector. And of course, Infi has been in Mangalore for long, though I don't think they have the scale here like we would have liked them to have. But if you look at the bellwether IT services companies who recruit possibly in thousands, and they are the companies which do what we call as the build of talent. If you look at the three blocks of talent, which is building talent, hiring freshers, training them, buying talent, which means hiring freshers from the market, or borrowing talent. That means that you hire people for a limited period and then absorb them, try before you hire kind of a model. In these three models, the IT services companies actually have really mastered the art of building talent, and maybe they are the ones that possibly we should urge them to come here and scale up more. Though this conversation is more about GCCs, because we don't want to miss the GCC bus which is coming to India. We're talking about 1,700 GCCs. The estimate is it will be about 3,000 in the next few years. So is there a possibility that Mangaluru Udupi region can plug itself in that next wave that is coming, is what we're trying. And that's the exploration as to whether we really want to get there. Sorry, Anuj.
Yeah. I want to add, isn't that the strategy? Bring the IT services, which GCC will follow up, right? Because GCC would look at data. And when there is no data, a GCC, it's hard to take a decision and be in a location where there is not much of data points, right? And think of them as someone who's outsider, who's not known the platform so much. Kudos to EG that they could take a decision by an M&A, which happened. And then now they have strengthening it. And I'm sure being the big fish in a small pond makes a lot of sense for you guys in attracting the best talent. And I'm sure you are not just attracting the local Mangalore talent, but also bringing outside talent to Mangalore. So yeah, kudos to you guys.
Surely, I think if we have to position GCCs, clearly IT services companies may need to take the lead, for the reason that when we looked at the top 10 companies which have scaled up beyond 1,000 people in the greenfield stage, 50% of their hires came from IT services companies. So in a way, aspirationally also, people who work in IT services companies would like to join GCCs, right? So with that, I want to come back to you, Priya, in terms of one of the things that we discussed from a consumer of talent that you have been. what do you think this region can do to attract, let's say, a GCC for years, for you to go and tell your bosses that I am going to Mangalore for my, let's say, from 400 to 1000 journey. The next 400 will come to Mangalore. Will you lose your job or you think you'll get a bonus?
I'd like to think I'd get a bonus either way. But I think, I think I'd really like to call it a summation of all what my esteemed co-panelists had said, because I think it's also about having a data point, right? About looking at what has been successful. For us, a firm which is just starting up in India, although it's a 100-year-old firm outside of India, I think some of the things that we're going to be looking at is how does this talent do over a period of time? Where are we getting our future leaders from? So I think once we see those really unfold over a period of time, we'll be able to take a decision on coming back to or coming to this region. Bangalore doesn't help its cause by, and all of us know right now, the infrastructure is crumbling, and one rain and Bangalore is at a complete standstill. So, there is a reason.
Don't say that.
That is true. I mean, whether we like to believe it or acknowledge it or not, but that's a truth. So when I think Anuj spoke about work-life balance and integration. If you're really looking at post-COVID, the whole narrative has changed. People want a job that doesn't impact their quality of life adversely, and maybe that's the narrative we built for Mangalore. You want to have a great work-life, integration. This is the place to be, and so perhaps that's something that I would consider, and that won't be such a difficult pitch once we back that up with data.
Okay. So come back to Ajit.
Yeah. And just to add on, one thing that, awareness is going to play a very critical role when we are specifically talking about, moving to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Trust me, I have no clue on Mangalore, but when we did the tech yatra yesterday, we saw companies who have scaled up to 1,000 people in 3 years, 4 years, right? Like when I look at the offices, I mean, they have like one of the swankiest office I've seen across the globe, right? So, the more I learn about it, right? When you specifically talk about Mangalore, right? I mean, these sort of awareness programs, which we are doing, right? We could do that, for the GCCs based out of Bangalore or other regions. So at least people have, some more, concrete information to make a decision on, moving the teams across.
Yeah, having said that, Ajay, the other angle that comes into play when we got a North American company recently to Mangalore to look at it is also whether Mangalore can come up with the grade A, infrastructure. I think that's an area which we were told that, look, can we have buildings which are grade A? We have great people and great companies, but can we also have infrastructure which matches with that is one of the questions they asked us. So, wanted to ask you this, Jacob, when you talk to your peers in Europe, I'm sure you talk to companies saying, hey, we have a center in Mangalore and we've scaled up to 500 and I know what else do you tell them, but what is their typical reaction? Have you been able to tell anybody said, buddy, come, let's go to Mangalore?
Well, actually, I'm a bit ambivalent with that question because you've all seen Lord of the Rings, and they still have a bit of sense that Mangalore is our precious. But joke aside, I think that we have done a lot promotion internally, also about our values, and we can see reactions also from social media linked to employer branding again. That it is a topic on everybody's mind in the Nordics, where we're based. Our customers are expecting that we work a lot with digitalization. And I think that that is really the link to the top talent here. We need to have really good domain understanding and then practice and utilize the capabilities that we have here to improve the solutions that we bring to market, right? Because we can use the experience here to really deliver fantastic results, and I'm sure that peers will open up and face the fact that they need to be here. So it's just a matter of time.
Got that. It's a matter of time. Anuj, when we look at positioning Mangaluru, the entire theme has been how do we position Mangaluru, and we went all around that place. Do we position Mangaluru as a tech hub where we say there's tech talent because there's so many graduates passing out, which has been your favorite theme, saying there's so many people passing out, but the best kids like you want to go to Bangalore, right? So because of that, they come here, or they come here because there is a base of companies. There are 8 companies which have over 1,000 tech employees. So do they come for that? How do we position this region in terms of infrastructure, in terms of talent, or we take a particular sector? Do we say Mangaluru will be a financial hub? Will that help? Or will we be a technology hub because we have tech talent and tech companies mostly here? What should, I know KDM has put out certain things there, but what do you think talking to your companies would actually sell?
So I think the avenue is very open as of today. And why I say it is open today is because of multiple reasons, right? One of the one of the primary driving factor for any organization or anyone to be in Mangalore is about the talent, right? I mean, that's the second thing which you talked about is having infrastructure, right? Grade A building. So the avenue is right now wide open. We all know Mangaluru is a windsurf capital, but I go back to my college days. I did not knew surfing was happening in Mangaluru, right? So in last 10 years or so, when I went to the Tech Yatra, we also went to the Mangalore Surf Club. And what I realized was such a big transformation happened, right? Now, Mangalore has a very strong base story. Banks started in Mangalore. It's ice cream capital, right? So there are several options which are opening up, and I'm saying there are stories which you can take from them. So thinking that's a banking hub, which is why banks started, right? So can we make it a fintech capital? That's a question. But can we also look at a windsurf story, because there was no story behind it, right? And suddenly started someone, and I was listening to that guy out, and he was saying somebody posted about the windsurfing possibilities, which was happening as a hobby here in Huffington Post. And that got really viral, and which got a lot of coverage from a lot of media and market. And suddenly Mangalore becomes the hub for windsurfing. So I think it's opportunity wide open. And I think it's organizations, it's innovators who will decide that. It's the current ecosystem which will decide that. I mean, the stories of Novigo, the stories of Navius, stories of Robosoft, these kind of stories will define those patterns, and we'll be able to figure that from there.
Thank you, Anuj. And before we wrap up, any comments or anything from the audience here who heard from us? Possibly can take one question, if one or two, maybe quickly. Any commentary on what you heard? What can we do better at positioning Mangaluru?
We'll entertain one or two questions, so please quickly raise your hand if someone would like to ask a question. Let's make this quick, please. Yes, over there. Can we have the mic, please?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you can just identify yourself and name yourself and ask us or tell us what you want.
Hi, I'm Michael, and thanks for the wonderful discussions from the panel. I think you all touched upon most of the topics about Mangalore, but I think what I wanted to mention, given that I moved down here 7 years back from Mumbai, is I think the immediate attention is infrastructure. And as much as we may deliberate and talk on how to grow and build capabilities, it's very, very important that we get certain basics in place fast. We have all the amenities to get that done, but I think we need to work together with the authorities. And the only thing that I want to comment or share is that we need to work these things in parallel, because with so much of inflow of companies and talent, we will end up having the same problems and struggles like we have in Bangalore. Even though we are on a coastal area, there's no reason why one heavy rain and we don't flood. So the same things are going to happen. We shouldn't see that repeating. There is enough of space, there's enough of geography to move around, but that's something we need to consider. I just thought I'll give my 2 inputs on this, but thank you for the wonderful discussions and for bringing this closer to Mangalore and to the coastal region.
Hey, thank you, Michael, for that. And yeah, I agree that we've been telling people that, oh, it took only 15 minutes to come from the airport to this place today. And if we create what we want to create, let's say somebody told me 1,000 apartments in Mangalore in 10 years time or whatever, and possibly it takes 45 minutes when we do a Technovanza 10 years from now, maybe we'll all be cursing what we created, right? So maybe what the charm of what Mangalore is and what we like it for, if we end up doing everything that we have put out there in the slides, there'll also be a day of regret on what we have created. So let's be careful on what we wish for is what I would say. And thank you very much to the panel for being here. And you heard what they had to say. I don't want to sum up anything. And in the interest of time, thank you for listening us out today. Thank you.
Well, we thank moderator as well, the panelists. We request you to be on the stage there for a while there. First and foremost, we thank our moderator for asking such apt question, which most of us had in our mind there. Wonderful job, sir. Thank you so much once again. Now I request our moderator to hand over the memento to the panelists and do the honors there. Can we have the mementos forward? First and foremost, we thank Mr. Anuj Agrawal there, the founder and CEO of Zion Group there. Thank you so much for the contribution. I request Ms. Priya Prabhu, Director of HR Moss Adams India, to please do come forward there and receive the memento. I call forward Mr. Jacob, who's the Vice President Corporate of PMO there, to please step forward. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, Mr. Ajay Verma, who's the Managing Director, Advisory, BDO Rise. Please do come forward, sir. Thank you for the valuable contributions that you have made towards today's Technovanza there. And last but not the least, I call forward CEO of Thought Genesis, Mr. Vijay Krishna, to please do come forward and hand over the memento to the wonderful moderator of the day, Mr. Kamal Karan there. Thank you so much once again. Yes, thank you to all the panelists and the moderator for the wonderful first session there. And meanwhile, I would like to make an announcement over here. Women at Work Leaders Roundtable is happening at the same time, which we are going to start now, which is going to be on the ground floor. If you'd like to be a part of it, it's on the ground floor. It's nowhere on this floor over here. Women at Work Leaders Roundtable. Well, we have been speaking right from the beginning, the beauty of Mangaluru, the beauty of Mangaluru cluster there, we call Silicon Beach of India. And you might have many things because some people are coming over here for the very first time who have not seen the beauty of Mangaluru. And also the opportunities that we have to offer in Mangaluru. We have a small AV, which is going to answer most of the questions over here. So can we have the AV, please? Yes. As the video is getting, it's okay. As the video is getting set and ready there, we have one quick icebreaker question. If you know the answer, please do raise your hand there. Especially, we have so many students who are present over here, right? This is one is going to be for you. So if you know the answer, please do raise your hand. We have some goodies as well, which are going to hand it over. Don't miss on that. Now, all the smart people are right in the front. The students are also seated over there. You look smart enough to answer this. Okay, so you need to tell me what technology you cannot live without and which was invented recently in the last 2 years. Any technology in the last 2 years, new innovation. Raise your hand if you know the answer and why you can't live without it. One person over here. Can I have the mic, please?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you need to stand. And you have to tell us your name as well as which college you represent.
I'm from Vijay. I'm Vijay. I am from St. Joseph.
St. Joseph's.
St. Joseph.
Okay.
Yeah. It's AI. AI, ma'am.
Okay, AI.
Technology.
And why you cannot live without AI? That was the second question over there. Why you cannot live without it?
It making our life easier and better.
Life wasn't easier before.
Yeah.
This is actually a tricky question now. Okay. Last 2 years, a new part of the technology that has been into the system and which you cannot live without. AI is something which we cannot, we can live without it, I believe. Okay. Anybody else would like to answer this? Anything? Anything? Any better answers? Just give it a try. That's fine. Over here. We don't want you to be silent mode when you have to speak, right? Anybody over here, this side? Quick, quick. Yes, sir.
Google Bard.
Okay, now you have to tell us why you cannot live without it.
Sorry?
Why you cannot live without it?
Because it's supporting AI.
Supporting AI again. Okay. Anything else apart from that? Apart from AI? Anything else? Last 2 years? Last 2 years. Anybody else? Let's see. No? Someone would like to make an attempt right over here. Yes, sir. Can we hand over the mic?
Yeah. So that is internet data.
Last 2 years.
Yes, it is increased too much because of without data, no UPI, no transaction. If you have bank balance also, you cannot live outside.
Now, last 2 years, any changes have been done in the internet data? Anything?
Yeah.
No, right?
Geo is given free. So
Free.
it increased now.
Okay, something out of the box you have thought, but I believe that okay. One last attempt over here. Anyone? Just raise your hand. That's fine. Even if you give me a wrong answer. I believe the video is ready. The video is set. Right? Okay, one last attempt over here.
I'm Shashi from St. Joseph.
Yes.
And maybe online transactions.
Oh, that was also last 2 years.
Yeah, last 2 years.
Last 2 years. Before that, we didn't have online transaction.
We had, but like it's grown maybe.
All right. Online transactions, but actually implemented more into the system. We had it earlier, but people were not very much aware about it. Be it Google Pay or other pay services and all that. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Can we have one goodie handed over here? So we're not going to call you forward. So sorry. Okay, we are running short of time over there. Do come forward right over here. Come forward. Come here. We'll be handing over the goodie. Thank you so much. Yes, and this is to you. Thank you so much for the wonderful answer. You all can clap for him. And thank you for the contribution. Your answer was also apt, sir. Thank you so much for that. So can we have the video, please, about the beauty
What if
of
I told
Mangaluru?
you there was a place that lets you escape the daily grind of everyday life? Smog, stress, and a race to nowhere. Now imagine a 15-minute city of green and blue, where local meets global and the sea meets the sky. Welcome to the Silicon Beach of India, where technology and tranquility harmonize. We are the talent hub of the country with a next-gen way of life. We sweat hard, but we also work smart. Experience a city where the future is now. A city that is smart, premium, yet affordable, and breathes clean air. Yes, this is why you think big, create better, and grow faster. From IT to healthcare, from education to industry, the diversity drives us forward. Silicon Beach of India, where life and work blend in perfect harmony.
Well, that was about the Silicon Beach program
What
and
if I
also
told
about
you?
Silicon Beach of India there. So without any further ado, moving on to the next part of today's session there. The most important question that we saw in the first panel discussion over here as well. Most of us have this thought in mind, why come to Mangaluru? Well, most of us do believe that in Mangaluru, we have a lower cost of living, less traffic, and also we commute stress-free. Higher quality of life, reduced pollution, leisure and recreational opportunities, all these factors do contribute towards increased productivity in Mangaluru. To lead by example, companies like, as mentioned, Robosoft Technology, GlowTouch, Novigo, Nivius have succeeded and emerged as industry leaders. Joining us today, we have this one such dynamic personality with exceptional leadership skills, Ms. Samriddhi Bhattacharya, who is the country director, Small Business Solution, Dell Technology, to share her wise opinion and deliver a keynote address over here. Ms. Samriddhi is a technically sophisticated and commercially astute general manager with years of diverse experiences in sales leadership, B2B sales, client relationship management, key account management, and business planning, delivering creative and comprehensive solutions to complex IT problems for clients. So I request all of you to put your hands together nice and loud and welcome Ms. Samriddhi Bhattacharya on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mangaluru, for having me here. Thank you, Kadin, for arranging this very innovative tech conference. I am personally very, very honored to be here. This is my first time in Mangaluru, and I'm honestly very, very impressed with the strides this city is making. So it's barely 12 hours into the city, and the momentum that I'm kind of perceiving in the city is, truly infectious. So with that, I would like to move on to this presentation. In fact, when I started creating this presentation, it honestly struck a few chords, and I thought, what else can we do? What is the beyond Bangalore concept, stand for? I come from Bangalore, of course, and considering that Karnataka over the last several years has constantly topped the NITI Aayog Innovation Index with a score of 18 on an average, it truly makes us think like how we can grow this innovation index beyond Bangalore. And that is probably where cities like Mysore and Mangalore comes into picture. So this is a very interesting chart that I would want to take you through. I just mentioned the innovation index, the NITI Aayog, everybody is aware of. We study what are the different kind of innovation the economy is being contributed to by different states of India, and Karnataka has come across as an innovation leader. We at Dell Technologies, and just to give you a little bit of introduction about myself, I lead the small businesses and startup division for Dell India, which also gives me the privilege of working with some of the very smallest as well as the most innovative companies across India and also across the world, with a vision to come and make India a home as well. And when we looked at some of these companies from a Dell perspective, we studied about 6,000 odd companies. And this is around the pre-COVID and post-COVID part of the recent times. And what we found is that only 4% of the companies made it to the innovation leader category, while the innovation adapter was around 22%. And guess what? When we did the math, these companies were making revenues about 1.9 to 2%, to 2x of the rest of the laggards. So which means innovation comes across as the key driver when it comes to talent retention, when it comes to growing your business and whatnot. 90%, and obviously I would say this with a lot of confidence, when I look at the startups and small businesses in India, they are thriving on innovation. Currently, if I look at the GDP of India, about 4 to 5% is being contributed by the startups in India, and with a huge potential to grow. I mean, they say that by 2030, the startups will be contributing to $1 trillion. But do you think honestly it's possible for most of the startup contributions to come out from Bangalore alone? I guess not. It has to be a better effort from other parts of Karnataka to consistently top the charts and make that 4-5% to 10% of the country's economy. GCC has been a major driver in this innovation. And if you look at this chart, you will see that GCCs are not barely the offshore divisions. They are coming across as the transformation hub. And when I go back to some of the previous discussions that we were having here, GCCs are often, touted as, okay, this will be the offshore center. It is not. It is actually supposed to be the digital driver. It is supposed to drive the next generation of growth. It is supposed to imbibe the talent pool from across the country and, thrive on innovation. When it comes to a tech cluster like Mangalore, now I have been to some of the other tier 2 cities, let's say Bhopal, let's say Mysuru of late. And what I see, there is a common theme across all these cities. And guess what? Rome wasn't built in a day. So I cannot say with a lot of confidence that, okay, tomorrow Mangaluru will come up in the global map as the next Bangalore. Probably the Silicon Beach still has its time to come up as the Silicon Valley of India, or even integrate with the same. But there are some of the things that we can probably do, and looking at the ecosystem and the platform like a Technovanza is providing, I think there's a lot of opportunity in terms of collaboration when it comes to collaborating with larger companies like a Dell Technologies, like Intel, and all the others that you have, to form a formidable ecosystem and integrate the startup, the entrepreneurship into this particular platform. Emerging technologies, and this again, coming from a technology company, I would speak with a lot of confidence. Technology is a great leveler. Today, we start a business with just a smartphone in hand. We don't need any other device. Just a smartphone, you're off. You can create an instance for yourself and start your business. And that is the ease of doing business today. So you do not need to be in a tier 1 city to be able to dream about a business, but you can start it off like today. Talent acquisition, again, this is a universal problem. And with a population of 1.3 billion people, trust me, talent acquisition is still a great challenge for even a Bangalore. So this is one area where we have to work universally, invest in STEM and specialized skills, because the skill gap is very, very high, unfortunately. Enhanced infrastructure, and infrastructure again becomes an enabler in kind of attracting talent into the city of Mangalore. So doing this and also working with governments and policies to make things happen can be a great booster in attracting talent to this particular city. One thing I would like to touch upon is that what makes Bangalore is the ease of doing business, the adherence to global standards and compliances. So that is one more thing that we have to be mindful of, because there is a lot of rise in cybersecurity and other threats, and with data protection and other things becoming the key bedrock of a formidable business model, this becomes really, really relevant. I cannot probably leave this conversation without talking about the sustainability part of the business. They say that AI alone will be contributing to the size of the global economy of the size of Netherlands, perhaps by 2027. So if we are all investing in AI and we don't have a sustainable way of operating, that would be endangering our planet. So with a lot of focus, and why I'm speaking now, because Mangaluru is still coming up. We all have our problems in Bangalore, but I would say cities like Mangalore can be mindful of the sustainability aspect and build efficient and sustainable workspaces. I was working out of work yesterday, and it truly felt like, a great place to be. I'm very sure that there will be other co-working spaces which can contribute to the sustainability aspect of the business, so that a lot more startups can thrive sustainably in the days to come. And recycling and energy efficiency becomes also very, very relevant in an era of global warming. I'll just touch upon the Dell Global Technologies advantage, the advantage that we bring across the table. And entrepreneurship is kind of in our DNA. We are a 40-year-old company started in 1984 out of a dorm room. So we very well know what we are talking about when we talk about globalization. Our founder, Michael Dell, started Dell Technologies out of a dorm room, and look at where we have scaled the business to a $100 billion business, a multinational, right? So these are a lot of transformative things we are doing. Obviously, everybody is familiar with the client solutions, the servers and the storages we bring on the table. And together now with NVIDIA, we have launched the industry's first end-to-end enterprise AI solution that can solve a lot of your business problems when getting into AI. We are also one of the most innovative companies in the world with 31,000 patents. And we spent about $8.2 billion in R&D. Just last 2 years, we have spent like $8.2 billion in innovation itself. I'd like to touch upon a couple of programs which might be interesting to you, because we are very well invested in startups. The concepts of startups, you will see the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge launching very soon. The last season was extremely successful with about 1,700 startups participating across India. This time we are also outlooking 2,500 startups across India signing up for our program and competing head on to win this entrepreneur challenge. So stay tuned for November. We are also having extensive expertise to award startups in terms of technical seeding and onboarding them and taking them through a journey of mentorship to help them be successful. This is another program, which is the Women Entrepreneur Network. We have around 1 lakh plus women entrepreneurs signed up across 120 odd countries. And in India, only we have 2,500 women entrepreneurs who are working with us. So couple of reference use cases, you see couple of points where IOTA Informatics, again, a Bhopal-based startup, worked with us to bring in telemedicine. And this was very, very successful during the COVID times where people lacked access to medical infrastructure. So telemedicine became very, very useful. Again, one of the examples of a startup going global from a tier 2 city like Bhopal. Same for SNF, a water recycling plant and chemical manufacturer based in Vishakhapatnam. So my point is, if a lot of these startups are becoming successful out of tier 2 cities with tech enablers like Dell Technologies, I'm very sure there are thousands of startups, and in a thriving place like Mangalore, we can look into a lot more such examples which can go global. With that, I would like to conclude my session. Thank you so much for listening in. And if you have any questions, I have a booth there and we'll be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
So without any further ado, I request Mr. Sanjay Gupta, sir, to please do the honors and hand over the memento to Ms. Samriddhi Bhattacharya there. Thank you so much, Ms. Samriddhi Bhattacharya, for boosting up all the startups there. Thank you for the wonderful session and talk. Yes, moving on to the next panel discussion of the day without any further ado. We have a panel discussion on accelerating world-class startup ecosystem in Mangaluru there. Well, as we all know, India has the third largest ecosystem in the world, expected to witness year-on-year growth of a consistent annual growth of 12 to 15% with 50,000 startups in India in 2018. And around 8,900 to 9,300 technology-led startups, 1,300 new tech startups were born in 2019 alone, implying there are 2 to 3 startups born every day. And this panel is going to focus on Silicon-based 10-year vision to propel local ecosystem by increasing technology jobs by 10 times from 20,000 to 2 lakh, as well as regional GDP by 4 times, that's from $20 billion to $100 billion, and number of startups by 20 times from 200 to 4,000, with at least 5 homegrown unicorns there. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, who's the co-founder of Novigo Solution. Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, you're requested your presence on the stage there. With over 30 years of experience in IT industry, handled various responsibilities in IT sector, including large-scale program management and client engagement for global and Fortune 500 clients over there. And joining him, we also have the panelists, Mr. Sudhir Rao, who is a senior partner of Celesta Capital, Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma, Thai India Angels, and also Mr. Madan Paraki, who is the founder of OneBridge and president of Thai Bangalore, Mr. Neeraj Tyagi, co-founder and CEO of WeFound Circle. I request, without any further delay, all the panelists as well as the moderator to be joining us on the stage there. Yes, name history this early in there. Your names have been displayed over there. You can sit based on that. Who's 1, who's 2, who's 3, 4, and 5. Okay, all the best to the panelists there. Here we go. You can start the session.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, panelists. I think in the entire day, I would feel that this is an important session because we are talking about building a stronger IT ecosystem, startup ecosystem in the Silicon Beach. And we all have gathered here. And as you all know, this is the 4th version of Technovanza happening here in Mangalore. Just to give a quick background about the ecosystem itself here, way back in 1994 or 95, the first so-called incubation center happened in NITK by the name of STEP. And then, I moved here with the Infosys in 1995. And then there were a few companies. And most of the startups used to go to Bangalore because, again, lack of ecosystem, lack of support, and all of them. And then in 2011, STPI started in Mangalore. So that gave little kind of a support to the whole ecosystem. And then, of course, KDM happened in, just before that, 2013, some of the industry bodies here got together with the industry leaders like Mohandas Pai, BV Naidu, and we had a vision statement that we wrote for Mangalore, saying Mangalore Vision 2020, talking about various aspects of startup ecosystems. But again, that could reach some level. But KDM really gave a kind of a booster when it started in 2021, where there was exclusive focus on Beyond Bengaluru with the government support, accelerated support, and all of them. So as we speak today, as all of you know, we have more than 200 IT companies, more than 200 startups, and we have 15 incubation centers here, and multiple startups. And some of you are aware that yesterday we had an event called Mangalore Blue, where the top few companies presented, or other startups presented their views, and the jury from all over the world, all over India came and validated them. So now here are the experts. I think these panelists, I don't have to ask any questions because they have a lot of experience in building the ecosystem as well as supporting the so-called incubation center. So I would just mention to the panelists here that we have just started on the highway, or rather runway, and we are just about to take off. I think you're here at the right time to help the acceleration to really take off to the next level. And as she said, we have a vision for Silicon Beach itself. And I think with your support, we should be able to reach there. Now, with that background, I would request each one of you just give a quick intro. I think I'll start with a question. Maybe the first question itself can be followed by your intro. So let me start with Sudhir Rao, who is a senior partner with Celesta Capital. Sudhir, for your question is, what are some of the emerging deep tech trends, and where is the entrepreneurial and investor opportunity in the deep tech trend, and how can Mangalore ecosystem capitalize on these trends in the near term as well as the long term? So you can just give a brief about yourself and then answer that.
At Celesta Capital, basically, we're a venture capital fund. It's a US India fund. We invest most of our money in hardware, which means it's got to be hard to make, hard to develop, which actually then creates a good moat or a barrier over time. So that's basically a US India fund. We manage about $1 billion of assets in venture capital. We've been investing in India for the last decade or so, made about 16 investments. More recently, one of our companies has actually done an IPO, which is Idea Forge, which was really sort of bringing the whole drone industry into momentum over the last 7-8 years. Our last investment was a rocket launch vehicle company called Agnikul. I think let me switch quickly to what should each city drive in order to sort of build the risk appetite that is required for startups to thrive, to grow, and to scale. And one of the principal requirements, or I would say two principal requirements, is patience. Unless the founding fathers of each city that is already developed do not exhibit patience, you won't get depth. That's one. The second is, and I'm really admirable to see, the names that I see on that: Ashish, Gaurav, Johnson, Muhammad, Prashant, Manohar, yourself, and Rohit, as anchoring this effort after having been here, having built your businesses. Each of you have spent 20 to 30 to 40 years in business. And that capacity of knowing your span of life needs to be extended to a startup. The startup can be a 40-year-old or a 20-year-old. It really doesn't matter. When you're a startup, you're a startup. The third bucket really is academic rigor, because for deep tech, it is very foundational effort required. And therefore, there are a lot of iterations and experimentation that more often than not fails. So the amount of failure you see for deep tech is far greater than most other failures that we understand. Because if you're going to be an inventor, then you have to be ready to alter the conversation for the future, whether it's in maths and physics and chemistry that you have, to bring in something which is going to really be world beating and more important for the globe. Then that fundamental tutoring is important. And somehow it is professorial to do that. And I really like the fact that you gave us a little while ago. There are 15 incubators, there are 40,000 students, which means they're backed by 2,000 professors. And so the possibility for Mangalore as a deep tech center is, I would say, intuitive. But let's just take the three parts to what you said: startup, ecosystem. If you take all these three, they're very different. The first bucket is the ability to take risk. And so you can price risk because you're all around here to guide, to mentor, to understand what the guardrails for risk are. The second is eco, which is the ecology. And the ecology comes from what food I eat here, what my social life can be here, my children, the care when I need it, healthcare, education. The social infrastructure is more important than what we had in the earlier panels discussing the work infrastructure. Our sense is that we have 168 hours a week. We might work for 40 hours, persistently, consistently. So the other 120 hours are as important, if not more. You should be able to sleep well. You should have the right ecology. And the third bucket, I would say, is system. If we want this city to be systemically growing, scaling up, we need tremendous amount of foresight. And you can provide it because you've lived here 20 years. You'll be able to see 20 years from now, what should Mangalore look like? We should not make the mistakes that we have been making in urbanizing India. And that would be my first comments. Think about it deeply. All of you are the elder statesmen of the city. Your involvement is extremely important if we have to make a big success of Mangalore as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sudhir. I think just to summarize, you spoke about patience and mentoring and guiding as a key element, and then having a good social infrastructure, and then the system being in place. Thank you very much. Now moving on to Madan. I think Madan, as I jokingly told him offline, that I don't have to ask him any question. I think he can just pick up the phone and answer, because he's heading TIE India or TIE Karnataka, right? But anyway, I'll still ask you one a different question, because I know you're already spending a lot of time on incubation and mentoring people. My question is more on how can entrepreneurship awareness and support be increased at the college and even the school level? I think that's one of your passionate. I remember hearing you in earlier events. But more importantly, we spoke about a lot of the incubators here, but how can they increase the talent on the IP side of it? Because I was speaking to one of the juries who did the evaluation yesterday, and one of the comments that I heard was most of the startups were mostly on the services side of it, not really on the deep IP side of it. So any view on how we can nurture that and support the IP side of the startups?
Hello. Yeah. Hi, namaskara, Elrigo. Delighted to be here back again in Mangaluru after, I think I've been here the last 3-4 years on the trot. I was just reflecting that we couldn't, before I answer the question, I don't think we could be in a better convention center than the TMA Pi Convention Center, right? One of the most iconic entrepreneurs of this region. Let's all give a huge round of applause to this iconic TMA Pi, who in early 1900s, I think he was born in 1898 or something, and established the Syndicate Bank, the Kasturba Medical College, has a phenomenal impact on health, education, financial services. I think we should take inspiration from that gentleman who blazed a path to put not just Mangaluru, but India on the global map, right? I think it's only befitting that I feel that today we should not just end this panel with a talk, but we should end with some action. Okay. I have two asks. One is, I just want to know how many students in this auditorium? Students, can I have you raise your hands? Students in the auditorium? Okay. The fact that you're all, and a lot of you are outside, but the fact that you're here listening to a conversation on ecosystem and entrepreneurship is a great start. How many startups here? Okay. And the rest, I'm sure all of us are startup supporters, the rest of us who are in this auditorium. See, let me just give you some quick facts. At a country level, that is true at a national, at a district and a state level. India itself will produce 150 million youth the next 10 to 15 years. We are already adding about 10 million per annum as youngsters entering the workforce. In the next 10, 15 years, we have to create 150 million economic opportunities. When I mean economic opportunities, not just livelihoods, but good, well-paying jobs. The government, with whatever growth rate we are doing, can possibly absorb 20, 30 million of that. What happens to the remaining 120 million people is a huge question that each of us have to do. And if you break that down, I'm sure Mangaluru region itself must create 1 million jobs the next 10 years, right? So for us, the framing that I believe in at TIE and everything else I do is that will only happen if we can create about 10 million young entrepreneurs who can create 10 to 15 jobs each. And I define that as a nanocon, right? Not a unicorn. I think, well, we will need more unicorns to come. I think the need of the hour is to create more nanocons, young entrepreneurs like our friends here in the auditorium, who will come start a business, get to 10, 15, get to 1 crore in revenue, get to 2 crores in revenue, create 10, 15 jobs. And then, of course, people like Mahavir, Neeraj will help them to scale much larger, right? To do that, 3 things are important. One is, how do we make sure that every student in every school and college comes out with an entrepreneurial mindset? I've seen some phenomenal examples happening here at, the Rural Innovators Conference that Sahyadri does, many other initiatives that incubators have done. So the first thing that we should take as a target the next 10 years for Mangaluru region, the Dakshin Kannada district itself has 2.3 million people. I think Mangaluru is about 8 lakh people, right? So imagine we just start with the Mangaluru town and say, hey, the next 3 years, how can we have entrepreneurial education mandated and run in every school and every college of the town, right? It's not about building a business, it's about entrepreneurial mindset. 2, how do we make sure that every educational institution and the incubators that are there are programmed to do the right thing, right? Frankly, well, there are outliers. Many of the incubators I see sometimes end up to be glorified office spaces, right? They say, oh, what are you doing in the incubator? We've got 5,000 square foot of space. We've got 50 seats. Now, what's happening in the 50 seats is more important than 5,000 square foot of space, right? So how do we bring that energy, that entrepreneurial energy into the campuses to say we can create a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, right? And the last thing that I want to say is, it is not 1 or 2 VCs, it is not the government who will support it. We as an ecosystem need to support startups, not because they need support, it is because it will create a thriving city for us, right? And the challenge that I will pose to all of us here is that in a land of 2.3 million people, can we not get, let's say, even 10,000 people, 10,000 citizens of the city who can commit to invest 1 lakh over the next 1 year into a startup, right? That itself will create a 100 crore fund for student-led startups coming out of Mangalore, right? Is that a mission we can take up? Rohit, I'm looking at you to say at TIE and at everybody else, can we take a mission mode to say in the next 3 years, can we get 10,000 people to pledge 1 lakh rupees of an investment that can be made? And I'm sure, folks like Neeraj can create the platform for us to invest. I don't think structurally it's a challenge, right? But if we can do that and announce that it's not KDM, it is not some VC fund, but it is the city of Mangaluru's fund that will invest 100 crores into student-led startups in Mangaluru, that I think is befitting to the memory of TMA Pi, right? Can we do that? Can I have a show of hands of who is willing to commit 1 lakh? It need not be a Mangalurian. I'm willing to do that. So how many hands do we have? Okay, can I request all the people who put the hands up, can we give the names to Rohit at the end of the day? Let us make a Shubharam and say at least for the 10,000, we got 10 guys in today. We'll figure out the mechanics of this, right? Otherwise, my point is, we'll keep coming back here. We'll keep talking about things. But if we don't see the needle moving, it's a waste of time.
Thank you, Madan. I think you hit the nail, because people keep talking about various things, but I think he gave us the task list, right? One, of course, education. You are right. I think it's very important that we build that education in the system itself, because today I have seen people coming to incubation center because the seats are available for lesser cost, right? And then they think that somebody will guide them to do a startup. In fact, on a lighter note, I got at least 2 to 3 emails on my LinkedIn saying that, sir, I want to start a startup. Then I said, okay, give me idea. No, sir, I need idea. So if idea has to be given, everything has to be given, then what is the person going to do? So that idea, my belief is idea has to come from the person, but rest everything, right? There is a stronger ecosystem and support from TIE, KDM, and all of them, right? So the education is very, very important. That you hit the nail. And second, of course, there is a better role for the incubator to play. I think today most of them are mostly the co-working space facility. And third, very specific action item to Mangalorians or Mangalorians who want to be passionate to really strengthen the IT ecosystem or a startup ecosystem here. I think you hit the nail. So Rohit will, I'm assuming that by the end of the day, we'll have a long list of names. Rohit can really, get it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now moving ahead, we have two gentlemen primarily from the investment side of it, because one of the key thing, that keep hearing is about, I have an idea. I know the basic business plan, I already have it, but to take it to the next level, I need funding. So we have experts, I would start with Mohavir. So a specific question to you, I request you to give a little brief about yourself and then, answer this question. So you're coming from Jaipur and, you build the tier 2 cities, especially, growing the entrepreneurship and the investor community. So how that system can be kind of replicated in Mangalore is what I want to hear. Can you?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for having me here. First time ever in Mangaluru, and I think it's what I saw yesterday was very encouraging. While the ecosystem bits and pieces are in place, but a lot needs to be done. I would say Mangaluru is about 10 years behind Jaipur as on date. But that does not mean that it will take you 10 years to reach where Jaipur is today. You can actually fast forward it because things are moving fast and you can learn from other people's experiences. I think there are 5 or 6 important pillars, and I'll tell you on the scale of 1 to 10, in my opinion, where Mangaluru sits. Education, I think great institutes, great education, technology, biotech, whatever. I grade at about 7 on the scale of 1 to 10. But I think these institutes, despite having incubators and incubation centers in place, their focus is still on job seekers. Their focus is not shifted on how many startups got invested at our campus, how many startups our kids are interested in being startups. I think they need to focus more on creating students who will start their own business. I still see campus placements as a priority for them over entrepreneurs. So that's why it's 7 and not more than that, despite having great institutes here. Incubation centers, great. I think you are about 6 or 7 on that too. I've not been to them and I don't know what the curriculum or what is being covered there. But quite honestly, I'm looking at the startups that pitched yesterday and the feedback that I got from the investors. I think incubators need to do a lot more than what they're doing. These startups are not investment ready. They might have a great thought process, they might have a great idea, but investments are not happening, and it's something that's lacking. And I think these incubators need to be mentored before the students or the kids need to be mentored. IT services, manpower, HR, again, very good. I mean, all of you are running, 1,000 people companies and 200 some odd companies. I think that's not a problem, or vicinity to Bangalore, quality of life. I think you're about 8 there. And the fact that you're not working in isolation and working together gives you that 8. And I think that's credible because you're not competing, but you're collaborating. But quite honestly, again, all of you are looking for good employees. You're not telling your top management and not encouraging them to go, you start your own thing, a different offshoot or vertical or this thing, and I will be your first investor and go. You're still trying to keep your top management with ESOPs and stuff, which is fine because you need to grow. But you need to understand that there's a channel or a funnel coming from bottom up, and you all are offshoots of Wipros and Infosys of the world and created 1,000 jobs. Imagine if 50 people came out of your 250 companies and created 500 jobs. Imagine what will happen to Mangalore. So if they are coming up with an idea which is different from what you're doing or not your focus area, they should be encouraged, invested by you, so long as they're in Mangaluru. So that's something else that's lacking. I think that can be done. Lastly, I think you're missing good investors. I think your startup ecosystem, even if the incubators are good, even if the students are good, even if the pitches are good, even if you all are good, you're not thinking from an investment point of view. You are still the HNIs, the Credis of the world, the CII, and whatever else businesses that you are in. You need to understand that the investment in the startup ecosystem, and Neeraj will agree with me on this, has a huge potential, a high return of investment. It's not the stock market that where you're controlled by other factors. It is being controlled by what you do at an early stage. I think we need to mentor a lot of investors. So on a scale of 1 to 10, that's at 4. And that is very depressing. So even if you reach with everything else, if you don't have an ecosystem, because Rajasthan or Jaipur reached where it is because we were investing in Rajasthan. No one from outside will come and invest in your city if you don't invest in your own city. The first check might come as a grant from the government, the state government, but you have to co-invest with that state government grant, otherwise you will not function. So if you really want Mangaluru to fast forward into what Jaipur is today, you need 2 to 3 years of consistent working on all those verticals on what I think briefly I've outlined lack in my opinion from what I have observed. And of course, the government support is very, very critical. Government should be there infrastructure wise. I think they're kind of there, but it doesn't matter if they're not there. To me, government will follow the private sector, like they have in case of Kedam. I'm not worried about the government as much because that is not something that bothers an entrepreneur. It should not bother you. It should never bothered us. And I think in the ecosystem, startup ecosystem, they're just enablers and nothing else.
Okay, thank you. I think your first statement, which all of us have to take it with a strong opinion that Mangalore is 10 years behind Jaipur. I think it's definitely a statement. We all have to take it with the seriousness and then really work towards it. And you talked about mentoring. I think that's a key aspect. At the end of it, there are education institutions wants to get people onto entrepreneurship as well as incubators, but mentoring up those before mentoring the startups. I think that's a key message that you're given. I think very good message. Thank you for that. Now moving ahead, we have Neeraj Tyagi, who again, has a investment fund. So anyway, the same question to you. I think you did that successfully in Surat. Now, how can that be enabled in Mangalore ecosystem is what I would like to hear from you.
I think the playbook has already been
completely agree with you
okay, rolled out by my fellow very experienced investors and ecosystem leaders.
I completely agree.
So I just want to summarize on the other side of it, or that what exactly we have done in other part of the country and something that you can take some clue from there. So today we have 3 funds, $100 million. We funded 130 companies in last 3 years. The run rate of our investment is 1 company every week. That's the kind of like investment we are doing, just because, as Mahavir was talking about, if the local city ecosystems, okay, join hands, if they show intent, then we have everything else that you require, okay, be it the good deal discovery, whether it is multiple fund structures, investment in India, outside India, all of that is something that we already have. So I think there is a desperation, there is a need, there is a excitement and intent on this side also. People like who are right now leading the national ecosystem, they are equally interested to partner with the local ecosystem. I mean, all of us, I think all of us in our own capacity are partners in that national mission. We have made 20 investments in cross-border geographies in last 12 months itself, 10 in US, 7 in Southeast Asian countries. That means my message to you is that in case you need a platform to run the communities, we have that. If in case you need funds, we have that. And in case the institutional incubators and accelerators, they need any kind of help, we are always there. And just in last 24 hours, okay, this is I think the job of the platform, that you have invited us here, and all of us are continuously meeting people, meeting founders. Yesterday at Shine, the pitch session that you have organized, 11 companies were showcased there. And as Mahavir said, that there was a lot to be done by the incubator, the people like who are curating them. But despite that, we identified 2 good companies there, and we want to continue the conversation with them. Last night in the networking event, I met MIT, the Manipal Chief Innovation Officer. Well, I was really happy that they have at least like 1 dedicated person for that. And they invited today morning, 8 a.m. session for us. They invited 3 of their startups. We went there 8 o'clock today morning. We met 3 startups. And I'm very happy that we identified 1 more startup there is in cybersecurity. And good thing is that that guy the mentor of that company, it's a 3-year-old company. They already raised 2 rounds. The main mentor of that company is a very strategic investor to us also. So imagine there is a common connect. And now we are very interested because if someone like we trust, somebody who is a global leader in cybersecurity, like that guy was heading the HCL global cybersecurity business, almost $3 billion of global business he was handling. So that kind of person is mentoring these guys. So I'm just saying that we just have to connect the dots. Yeah. The opportunity is already there. So I will not be surprised if we announce an investment in Mangalore in next 2 months itself. I mean, we already have 3 opportunities. I mean, mark my words, we'll make at least 1 investment in next 2 months. That's what I have seen in here, the kind of opportunity which is available. And this is just a beginning. I mean, 24 hours, we just met, I think, 15, 20 startups. And so many people was there in the room last night. I think people coming from different industry who are ready to contribute. So I think creating a local ecosystem fund in Mangalore is possible. If you want us to come and do a matching fund, we are there. Any one of us can come here and start evaluating deals and commit money. So from our side, I think we are always there. On this dais, I'm using this forum just to kind of like communicate this, that if you show intent, if you have a good startup, that you have a visibility, you can share that with us and we are more than happy to co-invest with the local ecosystem.
Yeah.
But the local ecosystem has to come forward.
Yeah.
Without that, it will not help.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj. I think the key message is basically, they have a ecosystem where they have a platform where in which they connect the investors and startups. And also that has been extended to all the cities, including tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities across the country. So now Mangalore ecosystem needs to be kind of plugged into that. It can happen either from the startups here directly or even the incubation centers. Like the way he visited MIT, I'm sure if other incubators are interested, they can get connected. And obviously then you're in a larger ecosystem. You're not just betting on investors from this region, but you're also getting mentored and getting the investment from other region. Of course, I know this this particular panel, I can spend a whole day with the kind of experience people we have, but I'm sure they are available for the whole day, and you guys can reach out offline and network with them. But I would like to, given the time constraint, one question from the audience to any one of the panelists. Just raise the hand so that person can bring the mic to you. Okay, I think that's really good. Everyone, somebody? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, we talk about deep tech startups, hard tech startups, and so on. So do we really have patient capital in the ecosystem to wait out 5-6 years, or for that matter, 7-10 years before an exit happens? Or should we just build for something which is essential for the ecosystem, wherein companies can actually start seeing exits in 3 years, 5 years, which is actually sustainable? Versus deep tech, I don't think as a community we have the patience to wait out that many years. I think would like to hear from the panels. To just polish the question, right? What type of startups should emerge from Mangalore?
No, I think let me answer the question on patience. In deep tech, the greatest amount of patience is required in the founders. Greatest amount. Because they have to walk through the entire journey. Capital providers should be seen as capital providers. Supposing you take, it's like putting a fixed deposit in a bank. The bank must return it to you in the period that you say that I have given the deposit for. And you don't mind that with debt. If you have a 5-year term loan to buy a machine, for example, you have to give the money back in 5 years. So we understand that capital has a tenure. What's important is to find the baton, to pass the baton on to the next capital provider. So when we talk about a deep tech ecosystem that we need to build, is being able to build at each stage of technology development cycle as the technology readiness takes place, as it moves to business readiness, and then actually to commercialize and monetize. You need different pools of capital to come in at that point of time of that readiness. So I think what Neeraj said is connecting Mangalore's capacity, like yesterday, talking to Dr. Thomas as to what they're doing at the incubator was important. Because if you take biomedical engineering, the possibility that the med school has is deep. The med school here has been a key opinion leader for life. I can remember that. I came here 40 years ago. And it has been at the forefront of usage. It's been I would say, single-handedly one of the most important innovators as a consumer to any medical practice, right? Whether it's med tech, whether it was any new machine that's coming in, whether it's in diagnostics, robotics. So actually, like Madan just said, real patience is that you're willing to try. But you need to, of course, pass the baton on. And I think we as early stage investors, or somebody as a seed stage investor, and then subsequently a late stage investor, all categories need to come to support the founders or the inventors who seek to actually build. Many inventors, by the way, are interested only in a 5-year journey. They want to invent and they want to move on. They don't mind licensing their technology and they'll move on. It'll then move to the next entity that seeks to commercialize. So we should see time as a in parts. We don't need to be the same person, same thing for all 20 years. Sometimes you can do that, but for scale, for growth, for collaborative thinking, for ecosystems to work, we should be able to think that you can leverage me in as much as I might be able to leverage your capacity. Is that clear? Does it make a possibility? So I would say biomedical engineering, from what I met Dr. Thomas yesterday, I'm going to come back because I'm going back minus 40 years. And I think the next 20 years, what India can contribute in healthcare, in the way we think about health, whether it's data or machines, is substantive. It might happen from Manipal, actually.
Thank you, Sudhir. I think very well answered. As I said earlier.
In fact, one of the company that I'm talking about, they're a medical device company. Somebody like who already innovated something, got good grants also. The validation of the product is there. I think now is the time when people like us can just support that startup. So a deep tech startup coming from healthcare side from Mangalore is a big possibility.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. I think it was really wonderful having you here. As I said, they are here around us, and you know whom to reach out for investment, guidance, and mentoring, and also to be part of some of the ecosystem that are there globally. In fact, Madan is connected to TAI globally. So thank you everyone, and thank you everyone for participating in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and don't feel bad because we are running short of time. Any more questions? These wise people are going to be around. You can ask them anytime, whenever you want. But moving forward, thank you for the wonderful session there, gentlemen there. We would like to hand over the moment as a token of gratitude. And for this, I request our moderator, Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, to please do the needful there and hand over the moment to our wonderful panelist of the day. First and foremost, Mr. Sudhir Rao, sir. Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma, sir, Mr. Madan Padaki, as well as Mr. Neeraj Tyagide, the panelists of the day. Thank you for the wonderful contributions. And also to hand over the memento to our moderator, I request Rohit Batsa, the founder and CEO of 99 Games, to please do come forward and do the honors. Followed by that, we would like to take one picture together to seal the memory, to seal the moment there. Come on, everyone. Expecting a huge round of applause. Making contributions is not easy. This panel was interesting and also indeed a challenging topic which was given and assigned to them. You all did a fab job. Thank you so much for the contribution. So without any further delay, Our title partners for the day, we all know Work, and so many of them keep asking us, what is Work all about? To answer all your questions, we're going to have a small AB over here about Work. There are title partners of Technovanza 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Work for all of you, the title sponsor of Technovanza 2024. Moving forward with a special address speech over here. Special content is going to be delivered by Mr. S.K. Bo Rosenberg, who is the Consul General, Head of Trade and Innovation, Consulate General of Denmark in Bangalore over there. Warm welcome to you to Mangaluru. And Mr. S.K. Bo Rosenberg holds a Master in Management of Innovation and Business Development from Copenhagen Business School and has gained vast experience with leadership, diplomacy, innovation, business development, trade, communication, and fundraising. Joined #Denmark in India in 2021 as Consul General in Bengaluru and now contributes to the mission of building sustainable partnership and platform to drive innovation and growth. So over to you and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
You have 10 minutes.
Yes. 10 minutes. And if I start to look like I'm delayed, then please let me know. Okay. I think I have two mics on. Maybe I'll just, can you hear me here? Okay, I think that's better. Okay. Namaste, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation to this event and a great excuse of visiting Mangalore for the first time. Good to see a good vibe, tough acts to follow, I would say. Two interesting panels so far and a nice keynote. I hope I can live up to the momentum that has been built up. But in short, my name is Eske. I represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. We have a setup in India that covers Delhi and Bangalore, but basically we work across India wherever there is potential for collaboration between our two nations. I think today, besides following up on the poster boy from Denmark, Jakob, in the first panel with EG here in Mangalore, I'm basically probably here to try to see, in addition to the last panel, where we have talked about how to build an ecosystem up from, let's say, bottom up, or from where we are right now in Mangalore, how to also look at that in an international perspective and in parallel, maybe connecting that ecosystem with other ecosystems. And yes, I'm a small forewarning, I will probably try to pitch why Denmark in that connection, but I think basically the key takeaway from the beginning for me would be, while you build an ecosystem up from the bottom up, remember that that ecosystem will only grow stronger if you also connect it to like-minded ecosystems across the globe and make sure that there are good connections and traffic back and forth between investors, startups, corporates, academia, so on and so forward. I have a few slides with me and I'll try to go through them. If you have any questions, do let me know while we move forward. So basically, Denmark and India, we have a pretty strong collaboration. In 2020, our two honorable prime ministers entered a green strategic partnership. It doesn't mean that everything we do is green, but basically sustainability is at the core. It's at the front, left, right, and center of our collaboration. Energy, water and environment, life science, technology, innovation, academia, maritime. Basically, we have a lot of different areas where we work very, very closely. We have a big representation in Delhi. There is a strong collaboration at a central government level, but also at a state level. We have many close collaborations at a government to government level. I represent our Consulate General, which has been placed in Bangalore. And basically, I lead 3 teams that consist of the commercial arm of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we have a trade council team that basically helps Danish companies before they move into India, after they have moved into India, and maybe sometimes also, hopefully, when they run into challenges in India. So classical trade, export, promotion, and public affairs. Then we have Innovation Center Denmark, which I think is quite interesting in this connection, because that's basically an ecosystem from Denmark that we have set up in Bangalore to be able to basically dive into the ecosystem in India, obviously in and around Bangalore, but also beyond that. So that's academia, private sector, investors, public sector, and so on. Basically, we are an extended arm of the Danish innovation ecosystem. I'll get a little bit back to some of the things that we do later on as examples. Last thing that we do from the consulate is the other way around, Invest in Denmark, Denmark's national inward investment promotion agency that basically helps Indian companies who wants to set up shop in Europe. And then we try to tell them why Denmark might be a good solution or a placement for that, be it for a Nordic market, be it for access to other neighboring countries like Germany and UK or what have you, or be it for the access to Denmark's knowledge pool and talent and innovation force, which is, if you look at the numbers and scale, not as big as India's, but if you look at some of the deep tech areas, quite interesting as well, and one of the reasons why we are actually quite successful of attracting international investments and companies to our part of the world. So just a few quick facts about our presence in Karnataka. This was in case there was a minister, so maybe it's not that relevant for you, but despite a small size population in Denmark, 6 million people, we have around 120 companies in India, plus 30 of those are in the state of Karnataka. It's a mix of IT and production. We also have some pretty big players in terms of global capability centers. Novo Nordisk, we heard about that earlier on, but also Maersk and others are placed in Bangalore with quite big numbers. And then it was good that we had our poster boy earlier on from Mangalore, EG, that has set up shop here, and they basically moved from Bangalore to here in around 2022, as far as I remember, and has grown from 25 to 500. And as you heard, the plan is to grow to 1,000 within the next couple of years. But we see potential for more. We also hear from our big players in Bangalore that they are basically starting to reach the limit in terms of how they can grow there. So what we also try to do is basically support them in their decision-making processes about which tier 2 and tier 3 cities to look at within Karnataka or also outside of Karnataka. Okay, so now I'm going to pitch to you why you should think about also collaborating with me and my colleagues while you are building up an ecosystem in Mangalore, basically so that you ensure that you also have strong connects to something outside of India, something outside of Mangalore, and in this case, I would pitch you why Denmark. So, shortly put, we are relatively well placed from a logistical point of view, good airport, good connections. You can basically reach Sweden in 30 minutes in car. You can get to the rest of the Nordics simply by plane or by car or by train. And in a few years' time, we are also connected by tunnel to Germany. So basically, you can drive from Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, to Berlin in around 3 or 4 hours' time. Generally speaking, we are a seafaring nation, and we are that because we have always had a very strategically placed location on the European map, with access to different places, and logistically it makes sense. Not from a market perspective, maybe, unless you are really niche, but from a logistical point of view, Denmark can be a good place to focus on. We have a quite robust startup ecosystem. Again, in terms of numbers, we are a little bit behind India, but that's the way it is when we are only 6 million people. But we have strong startups, and we see good growth, and we see a lot of international investments increasingly coming to Denmark to basically invest in some of our deep tech specialized startups. And we have a very strong R&D ecosystem as well, so very good universities with a high level of scientific output, and also compared on a global level, extremely good at collaborating with industry. So are we relevant to work with? My argument would be yes, but at the same time, we also see that there is a big gap, and that's some of the things that I'm trying to close. There are basically right now none of our VCs from the Nordics that have invested into India, and I see that as a big challenge, and I would love to try to help them finding some partners they could syndicate with to increase those numbers. It's a little bit the same way, the other way around, and one of my missions today is basically to try to make sure that some of the investors come with me to Denmark when there are good opportunities and meet other investors there so that it can start building up relationship and trust and make investments through one another, because I think the potential is huge. If you look at 2023, and if you compare India and the Nordics all together, it was actually around the same amount of investments that were made into the startup ecosystem. So if you compare Nordics with India, then we are at pair when it comes to the investment, also from an cumulative number perspective. This is one of the initiatives that I would like to highlight that we are trying to make in order to basically improve this. So this year in September, in conjunction with Denmark's and one of Europe's biggest tech startup and investor festivals, Tech Barbecue, it's a little bit similar to Slush, for those of you who have heard about that from Helsinki. We made a dedicated Nordic India Startup Summit one-day event where we brought startups, we brought investors, we brought ecosystem builders from the Nordics, from India, and I would say we had a fairly good first run. What I have talked to the organizers about is it was a success that we managed to do it the first year, but it will not be a success unless we do it the next year too. So with this, an invitation to both the ecosystem in Mangalore, to others who are visiting today, to reach out to me afterwards and hear about what could be in it for you in terms of, in a quick and dirty way, get an overview of the opportunities from your perspective into the Nordic region from an investor or startup perspective. But what else do we do from Innovation Center Denmark here in India? We also, of course, try to attract startups and scale-ups to India. And this is an example that we are running in the 3rd or 4th week of November, the week after BTS. 1 minute left. Yes, I'm almost done. Basically, it was for you, sir. We have a group of very highly innovative and research-driven health startups and scale-ups that we are together with our partner Bio Innovation Institute in Denmark, which is a very strong incubator in the life science sector, are bringing to Delhi and to Bangalore to basically try to help them at a relatively early stage discover and understand how they can maybe build their business model for India. And then if they succeed with that, open up for a number around 6 billion people in the global south instead of to the west or to Germany as they normally focus on. So that is something that I look forward to carry out and an example of some of the activities we do the other way around. For the little bit earlier stage startup and something pointing from India back to Denmark, we have for 4 years now run this next generation innovation challenge together with the Dell innovation mission, where we basically make a challenge together with some partners. It could be government, it could be private, it doesn't really matter. We put it up via Dell innovation mission, and then we search for student entrepreneurs and startups from India that basically applies to become part of a global program and acceleration that happens across countries. And that then has like a 1-week sprint towards a special summit of some event that we find back home in Copenhagen. And we've seen some pretty good success stories of some of the Indian startups that have participated here, winning prizes, getting investments, and so on and so forth. So another example of how we try to connect ecosystems through our presence here in India. So key takeaways, you can take a picture and then you can read about it because I'm out of time, but there is potential, there is a huge gap, and I'm here together with my colleague to try to close it, and I hope to do that together with you. So please reach out and let's try to see if we can build our ecosystem stronger together in the future. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Well, thank you so much there, Mr. S.K. Rosenberg. And to hand over a moment to him, I would like to call forward Mr. Gaurav Hegde, who's the MD of GR Students. So please do come forward and do the needful here. Thank you so much. Well, as the memento has been handed over here, and when they're taking a picture, I have one quick question. If you know the answer, just come forward and give me the answer and take away a goodie with you. The question is, we have 116 unicorns in India. Total 116 unicorns in India. How many do you think we have in Karnataka as per the current statistics? How many unicorns in Karnataka? Anyone? Take a random guess. Come forward. Give me the answer and take away the goodie. Thank you so much. Anyone with the answer? You all have Google search engine there. You can search and give me the answer. First one to come forward and give me the answer is going to take away the goodie. It's as easy as that. You have to come forward and give me the answer and take away the goodie. You have to keep your Google search engine on. That's it. That's fine. That's fine. Leave it. Give me the number. What's the number? Yeah, you can tell me the number. I can hear you from there. I can hear you from there. What's the number? 450. 4040. Okay. So 116. 4? I said 116 in India. How many in Karnataka? It can't be more than that. How many in Karnataka? Yes, give me the answer. Correct. 44 to 45. That's the right answer. Come forward and please take your goodie here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please come forward. We can hand it over to him. I don't have so much of time. Really sorry, you can give it to him. No worries. Thank you and congratulations. Moving on to the next panel discussion here of the day. The last before we proceed towards the lunch break there. This panel discussion is going to be on breaking barriers, strategy for unlocking global innovation potential there. So this panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Jose Jacob Carlyle, who is the director and curator of Future ICT Forum and TIA Summit. As a founder, director, and curator of Future ICT Forum and the India Advantage Summit, his passion is to facilitate international trade, mentoring startup and building ecosystem that fosters sustainability and ICT innovation. With over 15 years of experience in strategy, consulting, and customer relationship management, he has proven track record of delivering value to diverse stakeholders across sectors and geographies. And joining him, I would like to call forward all our panelists there. We have with us Ms. Katya Larsen, CEO of Silver Spoon Consultancy, AP and India. Mr. M. Rory Picardo, who India, Lead Technology, Education Services, Innovation and Skill at the British High Commission in India. Ms. Niraja Rao, Director, Trade and Investment, South Asia, Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Ms. Supriya Kanitkar, who's the Director of our Pennsylvania Trade and Investment Office, India, Department of Community and Economic Development there. I request all the panelists to please to come forward and take your places on the stage there. Yes, you can please see your names there, which have been displayed. And we have a timer which has been set. Please do make sure that the time is given importance over here. The timer will be right in front of you. And handing over the session to our moderator, wish you all the best to the panelists as well.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you in Mangalore. It's nice to see the buzz and energy, especially outside the hall and inside the hall. Thank you so much, wonderful panelists. And it has been a great day as we listen to wonderful sessions today. Great speech from the US IBC chair, followed by that wonderful panel on VCs and investment. A great call to action by Madan Padki. And why can't everybody have a slice of growth and development in the coming years and decades, especially in Mangalore? You know, when we say about breaking barriers, in science and physics, we learn all the necessary conditions have to be ready, and then nuclear fusion can happen when there has to be some big thing that has to happen. So let me just give you 4 quick, interesting numbers, which thanks to the cluster leaders of Mangalore, who put together in a wonderful presentations. But I thought, you know, nothing like sharing that as we start and go into the first round of questions. First, Mangalore has a very, very, very high literacy rate of 94%. Now that's very, very, very high. And therefore, it's a great, great data point that says that Mangaluru is ready for disruption. The second thing is the Human Development Index is 0.85, almost close to 1. It has a very high index of social progress, benched at 66.6. And finally, and more importantly, its per capita income is second after Bangalore. So you have money, you have literacy, you have the Human Development Index, which is high, and you have high progress from a social perspective. All these are the necessary conditions for the next big revolution and for the next big wave of growth to come. So in that context, we really want to discuss today Can the barriers be broken? There are some barriers that are holding Mangaluru back, and can they be broken? And what could that strategy be? So very delighted that I'm joined by an eminent panel. We have views from the UK, we have views from Denmark, we have Australia, and we have Pennsylvania from the US. We'll get this diverse perspective. And we thought of breaking the question into two parts because time is also important and relevant. So let me go with the first part. So I want to ask each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves, who they are and what they do. So those in the audience who don't know more in detail can get an idea of what they do. And then contextualize the India angle to what they do. So maybe we'll start with Rory from the other side and move back this side. Over to you, Rory.
Thank you, Jose. Always a pleasure. And thank you. Can you hear me? And it's always a pleasure to be here in Bangalore. Fantastic city. I come from here. I mean, a little away from here though. But that said, I work for the Department of Trade. That's the UK High Commission in India. I had technology, I had education, I had innovation, and I had skills. That's a lot. But that said, our focus here is across sectors. We have my colleague here, Jacob, who heads on fintech, financial services. We have aerospace, we have engineering, and we are spread across India. So our team comprises around 200 plus in India. And I heard somebody giving a couple of numbers. UK in India has close to around 600 odd companies. And just in Karnataka, 120 plus, employing more than, I think so, around 45,000 people, which is a big number. We bring in around 54 billion in just revenue generation. And we are here to help. We look after a couple of sectors. And especially for Mangalore, we are keen to look at education, deep tech. There was a discussion around that. And of course, fintech. So with that, I'll give it off to Neeraja.
Great. Thank you so much. You know, those are big numbers, very, very interesting. So many companies. I think it's a very tough competition. You know, I heard some other numbers from the US. They were speaking a little bit higher, but nonetheless, you're closing the gap. That's really nice. And then you mentioned about talent and skill as well, which is, we will come back in the second round of question. Thank you, Rory. Yeah, over to Neeraja and tell us what's happening down under. Right.
Thank you, Jose, and thanks to Government of Karnataka for this wonderful initiative. I represent Austrade, the Australian Trade Commission, very similar to the role that Rory plays, but represent Australia. I'm part of the tech and innovation ecosystem, and to talk about some numbers with the very recent AI, or I would say about 2 years back, the AI ECTA, the trade corporation agreement that has been signed, has really opened up a lot of businesses between India and Australia. Both the exports and imports have increased, and the two-way bilateral trade has actually reached to about 50 billion, and which will be growing year on year. So there are big numbers to begin with, and it's just focusing on education, skills, and minerals. But we're also having some discussions on comprehensive economic corporations, where we'll get in the deep tech, we'll get health and everybody into this play. So because of the AI ECTA, you'll see a lot of Australian products, especially the wine, the avocados and almonds all over. So, and education, to just give you a brief, we are the first international campus in India, Deakin University in Gift City, Gujarat. So I see a lot of potential of that, taking place, start a discussion in Mangalore being a hub. So that's something that we could explore. And coming to the connection between Australia and Karnataka, very, very special bond. More than 50% of the tech companies, I'm just talking about tech because I represent tech and innovation, and this is all Technovanza is about that. More than 50% of the Australian companies have presence in Bangalore, and with GCCs and offices there. And we have our Austrade office, 2 state representatives. So we're all here to help both Australian companies come and explore opportunities, and Indian companies to go and set up. So we can discuss and talk about this in detail. Thank you so much.
Excellent. You know, I just want to pull some of those thoughts. So one is the Indo-Australia Trade Agreement, the FTA. That's got a lot of excitement. But then you mentioned avocado, and it's funny about this fruit avocado, right? You never know when it's ripe. You have to wait, and then if you open it too early, it's not, or you open it too late, it's finished, right? So time is important. So I think with Australia, that FTA is out of the way. Now it's time to unpack something more and something beyond. And she gave that interesting number. I hope all of you heard it, $50 billion. Now let's see how much more that will go by next year. And in that, what piece Karnataka will have, and in that, what piece Mangalore will have. That's a very, very top-down way to work back and see. According to me, I think the time is ripe. And then she also threw a very interesting spin. It's very possible that one of the universities could also open their next campus in Mangalore, because this is a talent hub. In our next line of questioning, I will highlight some numbers, but if everybody agrees it's a talent hub, and therefore it's nice to get that talent skilled and then move it at scale across the world. So I think that could be a very, very interesting thread. So I hope those who are here will then meet Neerja later after the panel and close whatever discussions or start whatever discussions, because the time is ripe. All right, now we go to Katya and listen to her, because she's not exactly a government person, but from the private angle. But tell us more. You are almost Indian as you are Danish. So, tell us and unpack that a little bit for our audience. Over to you, Katya.
Thank you. And thank you, Karnataka government, for having me here today. I am, actually, I've lived in India for almost 6 years now, first in Mumbai and then Delhi, and now here in Bangalore, sorry. I have worked actually in all of Asia Pacific previous as well in China, and was responsible for the market here. So that is one of the things that I have been doing previously. I worked with workplace strategies, but also within innovation. And also now it's in my own company, my own consultancy within ESG. And it all combines in many ways. So it's very interesting to hear what the different groups today we're listening to are telling how they are facilitating and working with this to make Mangalore a hub for GCCs as well, and how we can attract the GCCs better. So my job at the moment is to actually help companies and handhold them in the process of becoming ESG compliant. And it's not always seen as something that is important, but for actually the future for many of these companies, it is. Because we need to become more global, and we need to look at what is looking at, or what is coming to us in the future if we want to work with other global cooperation across the world. So this is some of the things that I work with.
Great. That's a very interesting perspective. This thing with ESG, some time ago when we were studying MBA, we learned this thing called non-tariff barriers. What is this non-tariff barriers? Sometimes they would say that the Japanese are very close to their rice. They like their rice, and they don't want their rice growers to give up their type of rice growing. So they don't want the rice from outside to come and flood their market. So they had these different complicated things which are non-tariff, but they kind of blocked this outside rice from coming. So this thing about ESG is also very interesting. Europe is creating that taxonomy where if we or Indian entities have to export our products, they'll have these new rules where the production, the supply chain, the manufacturing, all of that have to be compliant to some of these guidelines. And if they're not, the product can't go there. So it's not just about the best quality, the best price, but it's also about net zero in that equation. And unfortunately, there isn't much focus on that. But since we have to break barriers and we have to, scale, it's better to know this before, because once you have set up all the processes and then go back and redo the process, you will lose time. And every businessman knows time is money, and both are very, very linked. We heard Sudhir from Celesta Capital saying that, sometimes you need to have different types of money. Some is patient, some is in a hurry, and you can use different types of money on your journey. So time is very critical, because time value of money can change the whole game. So it's really important. And when we come back on the second round, we'll ask a little more specific details about how you could help this. So that's very interesting that, what you're doing, because that will help India export more, and also those that are importing to India, the Indians who are buying will be able to audit and check if compliances are okay across the world. Thank you so much, Katya, for that perspective. And now we go to Supriya Kanetkar, who is the director of the Pennsylvania Trade and Investment Office in India. And I think you are one of the early or the first few offices. So tell us a little bit about that, and also a little bit about yourself, and what have you seen in this corridor between Pennsylvania and India?
Thank you, Jose, and thank you to KDM for the invite. And I have seen since yesterday a lot of vibrancy, and I see that Mangalore is thriving. This is almost after 10 years gap that I'm visiting. I think I came here in 2015, and now in 2024, there is so much happening all around. So it's nice to be back. The state of Pennsylvania, as Jose rightly said, was one of the first states of United States to set up its independent trade and investment office way back in 2001. So the Pennsylvania leadership saw the opportunities in Indian market as long as 25 years ago. We are based out of Bangalore, but we take care of the entire country. The main focus of our office is to help Pennsylvania businesses to enter the Indian market. So to increase Pennsylvania's exports by setting up, I would say, collaborations, joint ventures, or maybe just distributors. And the second portfolio of our office is to attract Indian investments into Pennsylvania. In fact, I would give you some interesting numbers. When we started working in 2001, Pennsylvania's exports to India were little over 100 million. And last year, we had crossed 1.3 billion. So that in last more than 2 decades, you would see the tremendous growth in Pennsylvania exports. Then are we just focusing on exports? No, the Indian companies are also growing very ambitious. They are looking at the North American market. And you would be surprised that at 97 locations in Pennsylvania, we have Indian businesses set up. And these are not just in IT or, the companies trying to kind of outsource the work from US, but these are hardcore. I mean, out of that, I think 42% are hardcore manufacturing, which is really very interesting. And some of these have, like, for example, Pidilite have come to Pennsylvania through acquisitions. So in last, actually, our investment portfolio is not for 24 years. We started attracting investment in 2008. But we have seen like companies like Wipro Infrastructure Engineering. They came to Pennsylvania because they had in the entire supply chain, the strategic location of the state was very important for them. So I think Pennsylvania has been successful in working with Indian businesses that are looking at the US market. And as far as I think Mangalore is concerned, I see that, of course, we are developing this as a IT, cybersecurity, and also gaming industry. So we have at the Carnegie Mellon University, the Entertainment Technology Center, which would be a perfect ideal place to explore collaborations for companies from here. And of course, the IT and cybersecurity, there is a lot of scope. I would suggest that these companies need to get exposure to what Pennsylvania has to offer, and that would begin a dialogue for fruitful collaborations.
Excellent. That's wonderful. So she said roughly 97 companies are there. They're not all IT companies, manufacturing. So she mentioned Pidilite. So, Fevicol ka mazboot jod. So I think, there is a strong connection there. But what I would also suggest some of you, also the cluster anchors, is to look at some of these companies that have gone there and how did they take trade from 100 million to over 1.3 billion. It's more than 10 times. So how did that happen? So they have done something right. So it's probably a good idea to just look at those companies and see what they have done and try to, because Pennsylvania office, like she said, started 25 years ago in India. So it's nice to find out that playbook and to see all the others that are going, they don't need to make some mistakes the previous people made. So they could learn, and that could be a great way of breaking barriers and creating the right strategy to unlock global innovation. So now we go to the second question, a little more deeper this time. Now that we know what each of us in the panel are doing, I would like to go with the second round of question where we drill down a little bit. And I want to ask our speakers, one is to highlight some specific opportunities. What's going to happen in the next 2 quarters, the next 6 months, the next 1 year? Is there something that you are doing at your country level, city level, state level with India? And are there some low-hanging fruits there where people from the Mangaluru cluster could get connected, could join a delegation, could do something? So that's one. Second, if there are any existing programs, trade corridors or some incubation exchange programs or something like that, if you could throw some light on that. Third, from your perspective, what else can be done here? Because you were here, some of you were here yesterday. What else we need to do? Maybe it's more marketing, maybe it's more visibility. I don't know. What else do you think needs to be done in that magic sauce so that next year, instead of saying breaking barriers, we will just be counting how many broke the barriers, right? So let's start from Rory over to the other side again.
Thank you, Jose. I mean, that's a lot to answer, but with time in hand, I'll probably focus on a couple of things. We just brought in a mission to India Mobile Congress in Delhi. We had close to 15 companies, a couple of researchers out there. But the interesting part there is we signed an MOU with Bharat 6G. And that was with a couple of universities in the UK, specifically Bristol and Surrey. So that happened. And what we are looking for, at least in the next couple of months, immediately we're looking for Bangalore Tech Summit. We have, again, another 15 odd companies coming, specifically focused on AI and semiconductors. One of the examples of a company is Pragmatic, which does fab in a box. They're already selling around the world, and they want to set up a plant here in India. So that's fingers crossed. We are trying to bring them to India. I don't know about Bangalore, but Bangalore for something which are trying to do. But another thing which you'll also find interesting, we have UCL, that's University College of London, coming down for BTS. And one of the professors coming down is Dr. Gerald Rees. Now, if you ask me what's so specific about him or what's so special about him, he was the mentor for this year's Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, Dr. Demis Hasibi, whose work is around AI. I think so. He's one of the first non-chemists to win a Nobel in chemistry. And his work is around using AI to get the structure of proteins. From what I've heard, and don't quote me on this, there are around 200 million proteins right now, which people are aware of. And he's able to decode all of them and to actually structure them in 3D. So that's the work he's got. And we are proud to say that they are coming down next month to Bangalore. Not he, but his professor. And also, just on a side note, this year's Nobel in Physics also goes to the same college. And he also happens to be from the same department. That's, I think so it's something called as complex neurology or something like that. So that's the kind of thing we bring into the table. And specifically when you ask me, where can we see those opportunities for collaboration, at least with Mangalore, we feel it's on these lines: education, centers of excellence, partnerships. Just to quote one or two without taking much time, we did a partnership with the University of Westminster with a college in Chennai to open a genome editing lab. Now, this just happened last month. We have University of Manchester, which has signed up with IIT Kharagpur to do joint programs. We have University of Birmingham, which has signed up with IIT Madras to do joint masters and PhDs. So these are the kind of things which I can see as low-hanging fruits happening here in Bangalore, specifically around probably healthcare, anything to do with probably fintech, deep tech, the same areas. But these are the kind of partnerships we are hoping to do. And I'm expecting, probably big crowd from here is able to participate in BTS and work with us there. I'll stop there, but thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think, Rory, by the time you leave the room, people will not let you leave. I hope, because I've got at least 2-3 threads already running on my head. Very, very, very nice opportunities, very close. It's not like you have to wait for 1 year, but it's already you did something at the Mobile Congress and then more is coming. So I'm sure there are wonderful opportunities. I hope those who are here can unlock some of these. Thank you, Rory, for sharing. So now let's go to Australia and see what's there or what's coming up. Over to you, Nirja.
Yeah, thanks, Jose. Pretty much BTS that's coming up. But just to give a little bit of a background, we had a delegation of fintech and cyber at the Global Fintech Fest that really got a lot of attention and traction between the two sectors and nations. So Australia, as you know, is quite famous in research and innovations. I don't know how many know of the greatest innovations that's come out that has actually impacted and changed lives. Cochlear implants, Wi-Fi. I don't know if you know Wi-Fi's are from Australia, and ultrasound scanners. So quite a few. So I'm just saying that deep tech is something that we are good at. And quantum is something that's picking up quite a little ahead in quantum. So there's a lot of research that has happened and commercialized as well. With National Quantum Mission being here, that's something that we are focusing. Quantum skilling and quantum cyber actually is a very deadly combination. That's a focus of interest, and we can look at opportunities. But since yesterday, the whole tour here, meeting a lot of people, business leaders, I would say the common sectors that we could look at, or the collaborative sectors that we look at, is AVGC. AVGC is something gaming. It's also quite a big market in Australia. So AVGC is a market that, and sports tech. Sports tech, quite a few of our states, if you see Victoria and Queensland, are very focused on sports tech. So that's something that we can pick up with Mangaluru. Education always is going to be, and food and agri as well, because we have with ECTA opening up. So these are some of the sectors that we can focus. BTS, we are bringing a delegation of 15 members, and there's an area of collaboration. And at initiatives that have been run is CSIRO, which is the equivalent of DST, has a partnership with Atal for a two-way kind of a literacy startup program. That's something that they can explore and see how you can get access to the Australian market, and the Australian companies getting access to the Indian markets. And the New South Wales, where Sydney has tied up with two accelerators, Afthonia and Anthill Ventures. So that's something that's happening. So there's a lot, and also work and have MOUs with NASSCOM and Invest India back in Australia to help Indian companies, a landing pad. So lots are happening. So I think we just have to take few things and start working on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nirja. I think you covered so many sectors. There's something for everyone. So I hope you are here during lunch and people can connect and check with you. So now we come to Katya. From a ESG perspective, very practically, can you give us a few points, what people can do and how they can engage and connect so that they are ESG ready and ready for the future, for a carbon positive future?
I think today we've heard from a lot of the investors' side, and we've heard about what should be done in Mangalore to actually excel and move this direction when it comes to GCCs. One of the things that I think is super important when we talk about ESG and investments, we have to look towards what are they actually looking at when they enter into a new market. What are the companies looking at? But also looking at when you are interested in scaling your business. Why not be prepared for the future? Why not start your ESG journey already when you're maybe a small company? It's not necessarily only for the big companies, because you're actually behind if you already have grown to into a big company. So think about that when you're looking at your plans for the future. How do I actually become, or how do we become a company that can comply with the regulations coming forward? Not only from the EU or US, it's actually also the Indian government, more and more regulations going towards more sustainable solutions, more and more towards also the social part of ESG. How do we treat our employees, and also especially on the governance part. So why not be ready for the future and start your ESG journey a little bit earlier? This is something that I do with many of my clients. They are not necessarily large listed companies. They're actually already smaller companies that can see that they're interested in working on a global basis, but also internally in India, where you have companies that are focusing much more on sustainable solutions and more on the social part as well. So this is one of the things that I can help with in my consultancy, where we go in and actually handhold companies with the ESG journey. And I think it's something we can just as well, we can't get around ESG. It's going to be how we are going to run many companies in the future. And already from 2025, there's going to be a lot of regulations also if you export towards the larger market outside of India. So we can just as well start. And it's always something I tell many of my clients. And also when I speak about ESG, please don't waste time. Get started with that journey now, because it takes time. Not
Perfect.
necessarily a whole year
Yeah.
or even
Correct.
longer, but it's a good start.
Well begun is half done. Thank you so much, Katya. That's a great message. And the last message from Pennsylvania, and what is happening, what can people look forward to in the next quarter, year?
In fact, you can hear? Yeah, okay. Education is one of the important sectors for Pennsylvania and also for Mangalore. Earlier this year in February, we had the education mission organized by the US Consulate. And on that, we had 3 Pennsylvania universities, which took a stopover in Mangalore and at Manipal, and they had really good response in terms of students, and they also had some visits to the colleges and universities here. In fact, the second largest number of Indian students are studying currently in Pennsylvania. So it's a large number, and that's just growing. And the predictions are that by 2026, I think, we will surpass China, and Indian students will be the largest in the Pennsylvania universities. In fact, Pennsylvania colleges are some of the nation's first. So you may be familiar with the Ivy Leagues like University of Pennsylvania or Carnegie Mellon University or UPIT, and there is a large Indian students population there. So I feel that there are a lot of opportunities for academics to collaborate with Pennsylvania universities on different occasions. It's not only just students recruitment, but maybe faculty exchange, research collaboration, industry, I would say, or the twinning programs. And we have seen some of Pennsylvania universities working in India with different academic institutions have been successful in implementing these collaborations. So education would be one very interesting and a low-hanging fruit for the cluster here. Secondly, it would be IT and cybersecurity, as well as the gaming industry that I talked about. The companies which are looking at publishing their games in North American market, they probably could reach out to us, and we will be happy because we are actively working in that field. And many times I have heard that Indian games are great, but they haven't really reached to the entire world community. So once you reach something like North America, I think that would be a good stepping stone for you to take your game to the world market. So these are the 2 things that I would suggest for the cluster here.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So it's very clear that I think all the ingredients are there to break barriers, and now let the future unfold. And likely so, the BTS theme is unbound. So I think we will break a lot of barriers, and a lot of growth will happen in the coming quarter. Over to the MC. Thank you very much. Yeah. A big round of applause to all our wonderful speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists and to a wonderful moderator as well. You did a great job as well, sir. Thank you once again. And as we're going to call it a wrap, we are going to hand over the memento for all the wonderful efforts you have put in there. First and foremost, we'd like to hand over the memento to Ms. Katya Larsen, who's the CEO of Civil Spoon Consultancy, AP and India. I call forward Mr. M. Rory Picado, who's India Lead Technology, Education Services, Innovation and Skill, to please to come forward. And the next panelist is Ms. Neeraja Rao, who's the Director, Trade and Investment, South Asia. And last panelist is Ms. Supriya Kanetkar, Director, Pennsylvania, Trade and Investment Office. And to hand over the momentum to our wonderful moderator, I would like to call for Mr. Bhaskar Verma, our Regional Director of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu there, of our NASCOM. You're requested to come forward and do the needful. Yes, we'll hand over the momentum to him first, and then we'll take one group picture together with all the wonderful panelists of today for the great job and for the great efforts they have put in. In the meanwhile, as you're dispersing for the lunch break, a small announcement over here. The noon sessions post-lunch is always interesting session that we have kept over here. Noon, we are going to talk more about AI, which is artificial intelligence, because in the morning we had so many of them who were keen on this topic. We're keen on knowing more about this topic, more about the inputs and more about the outputs as well. And also we're going to have more discussion on the emerging startups, and also being a solopreneur is not easy. Being an entrepreneur with partnership is always a interesting task, but also a challenging task being a solopreneur there. And also emerging trends of the institution. We're going to have a recognition, felicitation, and the product launch as well, which is going to be unfolded one after another in the afternoon session. The lunch break, we have kept it short to 2 o'clock. The reason is that we all are here not to satisfy our hunger cells, but our brain cells. So do make sure you all are joining back at 2 o'clock sharp. At point 2 o'clock, we are going to start with the noon session there. Have a good appetite. You all can join at the dinner counter there, which is right next to the barrier here. Thank you.
Check, check. Check, sound check, check.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your kind attention, please. In the lunch area, I'll just request all to kindly, make space for people to move in faster. So request all the ladies and gentlemen who have finished lunch to kindly assemble back in the conference section. Thank you so much.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, quick request, please. Who have finished lunch, kindly reassemble back in the conference area. It will help us with some additional space for people who are standing in the line. Thank you.
kind request to our dignitaries who are done with your food, you can please come over and take your places. The ones who are done with your food, you're kindly requested to assemble back here, because the noon sessions are going to be even more interesting, but the time is a constraint once again, so do make sure that you're all coming back on time there. ಯಾರ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಊಟ ಆಗಿದೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇನ್ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನೂನ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಸೊ ತುಂಬಾ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೂಡ ಬೇಡ. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕೆಂದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. As we're going to start with the noon session, we'll start by giving a shout out to all the sponsors and organizers of Technovanza 2024 there. The cluster industry leaders, we have with us Mr. Rohit Bhatt, Praveen Kalbavi sir, Mr. Gaurav Hegde, Mr. Prashant Shanai, Mr. Johnson Tellis, Mr. Ashit Hegde, Mr. Murali Manohar, Mr. Vijay Krishna, Mr. Mohammed Hanif, and also we have with us Mrs. Shailaja Rao. The partners of Technovanza 2024, title partner is WorkWork, startup ecosystem partner is Dell Technologies and Intel, digital partner Mangaluru Merijan, gifting partner Lamhe Now, banking partner IDFC First Bank, travel partner Towner, knowledge partner Mangal Analytics and research consulting, event curator Active. The partners in progress, we have with us Asociam IESA, NASCOM, Invest India, Startup Karnataka, Keynote, Kaushalya Karnataka, Karnataka Advancing Technology, Beyond Bengaluru, Women at Work, which is WOW, CII, CREDI Mangaluru, CEOL, KCCI, Startup India, and TAI Mangaluru. We thank all the partners for rendering all the support. And also, starting with the noon session there, we believe all the students at least are back. The ones who are done with your food, quickly we request you to assemble there. We have 5 more minutes left. To be precise, in 5 minutes, please make sure you're coming over. We have to start with the afternoon session. We are not going to wait. And as mentioned, the noon session is something that keeps you all on interest because we are going to have a panel on AI as well, which is the need of the hour. The current tech generation talks more about AI. So don't miss on the panel discussion on AI there. And to the ones who are present over here, I have a quick brain teaser if you want to win some freebies there. Quick brain teaser if you all are interested. Maduana, how many of you do follow Kannada? Tudu. Okay, quick one. This is out of your tech zone. Something which you have to think because afternoon, after having a heavy lunch, a good lunch, somewhere our brain goes to sleep mode. Okay, so make sure you all think and give me an answer for this question. The question is here. A man stands on one side of a river. His dog is on the other side. Now the man calls his dog who immediately crosses the river without getting wet. So you have to give me the answer. How did the dog do it? Okay, I think you knew this. The moment I asked the question, you raised your hand. What's the answer? How did he cross the river without getting wet? Okay, now you stay back. Let them also think now. Okay, what about others? There was water. Let me tell you, there was water in the river. But a dog can't use, he was not blessed enough to have a ship. There's no cargo, nothing. Okay, he has to cross the river. There was water in the river. Let me tell you that there was water in the river, but the dog did not get, there's no bridge, sir. There's no bridge. There's no chopper coming to take him there. Nothing. Without that, the dog crosses the river, but it does not get wet. Think, and give me the answer. Let's see. Who's the smart one here? Yes, sir. Raincoat. Sir. Raincoat nothing. There is water in the river. There's nothing. He didn't have anything else with him. But he managed to cross the river without getting wet. How? One chur think madidra answer barutte. Think of it. Think of it. Small river, he jumped? No. It is a proper river. Proper river. But even if he swims, he'll get wet, right? The dog did not get wet. How did he not get wet? There's no bridge, there's nothing. There's a river. He crosses the river, but he does not get wet. No one? I'll keep the freebie. I'll not give it to you if no one answers me. Anyone? It's easy if you think. Ikade, ella. This side. Last one chance. Let's see. No, they were on either side. The dog had to cross. The dog crossed the river, but he did not get wet. There's no bridge, nothing. How? You give up? Tech people can't see. If I ask you tech question, you'll answer. Out of the box, if I ask you something, you'll not answer. No answers? No answers are 1% there. Yes. Finally, hey, answer. Correct. In Google marta idare kutkondalli question ige. What is the answer? Frozen. The river was frozen. That was the reason. Okay, well done. Thank you so much. We have your gift there. I request the volunteers where are they on gift idalli. Tanvan is all right. Congratulations. And this is to you. Thank you so much. All right. Answer kortira adre innond question ide aita. Think out of the box once again. There's one more. This is easy now. Let's see who will be able to answer. As you all know, as you're aware, sundial has fewest moving parts in a timepiece. Okay. Sundial alli erade parts irodu timepiece alli. Now, which has the most? Which has the most? Sundial has the fewest moving part. Tumba kamme ide moving part. Sundial alli time alli na watch alla nodteve adralli second irutte, minute, hour irutte. Sundial alli erade irodu. Sundial has only 2 arms there, but which has the most? Which has the most? When it comes to monitoring time, just think. Time nodlikke. Which has the most? Sundial is used anciently, which has only 2 arms. There's one way of monitoring time where you have most of the things which are used, most items in it. Which one? Think. Yes, someone gave me the answer. What is the answer, sir? Yeah, sand. Sand is the right answer. So sand usually we use in a hourglass. There are thousands of sand grains in it, okay? So hourglass should be the answer. But anyways, congratulations. What answer kottidira? Thank you so much for that. And you are receiving a gift from our side as well for your smartness. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. So with that, I think it's time for us to start with the noon session in next 30 seconds. So we have last few seconds left. So please do make sure you're coming back as soon as possible, because first we are going to have a quick fireside chat session to start with the noon session there. Please do not delay. One last call to join us in. So before we can start with the noon session, once again, we are going to have a small video glimpse of title sponsor work there. One sannondu video ide. A short glimpse of work once again there. Next, we have one more video glimpse, which is going to be Silicon Beach of India. For those who have missed it in the morning session, to watch the beautiful video of Mangaluru there, the Silicon Beach there. So we're going to have this video played once again.
What if I told you There was a place that lets you escape the daily grind of everyday life. Smog, stress, and race to nowhere. Now imagine a 15-minute city of green and blue, where local meets global and the sea meets the sky. Welcome to the Silicon Beach of India, where technology and tranquility harmonize. We are the talent hub of the country with a next-gen way of life. We sweat hard, but we also work smart. Experience a city where the future is now. A city that is smart, premium, yet affordable, and breathes clean air. Yes, this is why you think big, create better, and grow faster. From IT to healthcare, from education to industry, the diversity drives us forward. Silicon Beach of India, where life and work blend in perfect harmony.
All right. We'll require 5 more minutes to start with next session. With that, I have one question. But this question is going to be exclusively all for all the married men there. Do we have married men in house? Many, right? This one is for you all. You have to give me a quick answer. Think and give me a quick answer, okay? Now, if a lady, if a girl understands what you say and is able to do something within 5 minutes, she is definitely your mother. When you say something, if a lady is able to understand something in 5 minutes, she's your mother. But if she's able to understand in 15 minutes, she's definitely your sister. But if she's able to understand something that you say in 30 minutes or half an hour, she's your daughter. But in spite of telling multiple times, 1,000 times, if she's not able to understand, who is she? You have to raise your hand and give me answer. Okay. Instead of telling 1,000 times, she's not able to understand. Let's see how many smart people here. What's the answer, sir? Okay, 1 minute. Next year. What's the answer? All the ladies are talking there. What's the answer, sir? Grandmother. Okay. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ವೈಫ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಮದರ್ ಇನ್ ಲಾ ಓಕೆ ನೀವು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ವೈಫ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಎಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶೀ ಇಸ್ ಡೆಫ್ ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳಿಸಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಟ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಮಿ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಮಿ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಮ್ಯಾರಿಡ್ I told this is exclusively for married men, right? Should I give him the prize? Is it okay if men agree with me? See? No. It's your friend. So koduva sir bega madve adra aagtare avaru kotre bedu parvagilla come it's okay, that's fine. You still answer the question and give me the right answer here, so this goes to you. Congratulations and get married soon as well. Okay, thank you so much. With that, once again I request the ones who are having food, please do hasten up, come back and get seated there for the noon session. We have only few more minutes left. Then we have to start. We have more than 50% of them still at the food counter. Please to come over and get seated. All right, it's time to start with first session of the day. We're going to have a quick fireside chat session that's going to happen now. So for the fireside chat session, I would like to call forward first and foremost Mr. Bhaskar Kumar Verma, who's the Regional Director, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu NASCOM, and Mr. Johnson Telles, who is the CEO of Unity LLP there. I request you to please do come forward, and the timer is displayed there. Let's adhere to the timing that has been given and allotted. The timer will be displayed. You can start the timer.
Okay, I'm assuming that fireside chat's supposed to be a little cozy, but the moment you put timer, it's like I'm firing questions at you, Bhaskar. The timer has not yet started, but can I start the conversation? Okay, brilliant. So I have an interesting topic. So when I got to know that we had to discuss more on skills and education, we have a wide audience here. A couple of them are students, a couple of them are industry folks, a couple of them are also MSMEs, regional IT companies who are focusing on the talent from this region to build their organization to have an edge over their competitors which are from tier 1. So having this wide experience from 2 states that you're currently heading, I felt that there are some questions that we could fire at you. First and foremost, give us some quick glimpse outside the syllabus question. Quick glimpse on what is your kind of conviction, or what is that you are currently feeling about the talent that is available in Mangaluru. You have been in the Mangaluru for quite a number of times, but I've also been yesterday. You have seen the kind of participation, etc. What's your first kind of feeling when you come to Mangalore and you look at the talent and the kind of environment that is there in the region?
So first of all, thank you for having me here. As Johnson mentioned, this is my 4th visit to Mangalore, and every time there is something surprises me in Mangalore. And believe me, every time when I come, we always think about what we should do to get more industry here in Mangalore. From the skill set point of view, I would say it's already, we have so many colleges over here. I don't think that is the challenge, but the challenge what I see, and not only in Mangalore, but all across India, basically the skill set, if you will see, it's not about the AI, it's not about the different courses and all that, but it's more towards the basics of the course. If you speak to any of the organization, I keep on meeting many of the CEOs, I would say 50% of the candidates, they miss on the basics, and something which we need to all take care of. The second important aspect is the analytical skills. These are the 2 pieces which I believe is going to play a very important role. You can learn AI, ML, you can learn cybersecurity, but if your basics are not right, it plays a very, very important role. I was at IISc just last week, and one of the questions when I was talking to the director of IISc, and he mentioned, you know what, the basics of the engineering, people are lacking about it.
Perfect. So if you look at from Mangalore point of view, we are all business people. We are like the Marwadis in the southern state. So I'm assuming that therefore you are painting a very utopian view for all Mangaloreans. But I just want to grill a little deeper into some focused areas. You spoke about the fundamentals are something that people are looking at. So can you shed some light on, maybe on a quick note, can you shed some light on what are the tool sets and skill sets that you're expecting from the talent from this region? Because you kind of have a picture of what GCs are coming and what are they expecting from folks like the ones who are graduating from this region. So what are the skill sets and tool sets that you predominantly are focusing on that you're expecting the talent from this region to have in order to attract more of these GCCs and also to for the companies that are from the region? So what are those tools and skill sets?
So I will later go into the tools and skill sets, but the most important piece which I keep on discussing with the industry leaders in Mangalore, because by the virtue of the situation in Mangalore, you are already so much into fintech. Can Mangalore become the fintech hub? Because already there are a lot of things happening from Bangalore. That is the first piece. You have to create a niche. If you just go and say, okay, we are the IT hub or an innovation hub, I don't think it's going to attract more people. It has to be niche, and it could be fintech. And with KDM, because I wear two hats, one from NASCOM and one from KDM, this is what we are trying to do. Can we create Mangalore as a fintech? And obviously, you all have to play a role in that. That is going to become a big game changer. But I talk about if the skill sets, any rough guesses, we all talk about AI and ML. What is the growth percentage? Any idea which we can see in next 5 years? I will just give you a rough ballpark number, and it's such a mind-blowing number. 1050% in next 5 years, that's the growth is getting predicted on AI and ML skills. So this is the growth path, maybe along with fintech. Can Mangalore, and we have to start from the scratch. While I was with Minister just 2 days back, and Honorable Minister was also talking about the deep tech and combining it together with the AI and ML, how we can take it further. So these are the few basics. If we can put it right, magic will not happen on the day 2 or in a year's time. That I can tell you, and I can guarantee on this. But if we can seed it right at this point in time, maybe in next 5 years, you can see a complete different change, because it's going to be a journey.
But we have a very wide audience here. For example, you have 23 engineering institutions from this region. We are also having equal number of management institutions. We also have the largest base of CAs from this region. So do you therefore see the cross-pollination of AI into each of these segments, or do you feel there are certain other skill sets? Because see, Mangaloreans are very good at communication. So all these companies would love to have. We're also very good at managerial skills. We are also good at business skills. You pretty much know that our people are spread. Like banks have been started from here. A lot of people have moved to different cities and they are building their businesses. So apart from AI and the Gen AI and those aspects, do you find any other skill sets that are mostly relevant for our audience, which GCs are also looking for from this region?
So the reason why I started with